What's up, y'all? We'll be getting started in like 8 minutes. Hallo, Jen aus Berlin. Hello. I actually have something on Germany today. BRB, guys. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. How are you all doing today? Now, 50% yes and 50% very bad. Pretty accurate. Who's bad? I mean, I'm bad, but that's not what I'm asking. More so just things generally. Now, we have a lot to talk about today, and I'm probably going to jump back and forth a little bit. I wanted to stream yesterday and talk about some of this stuff, but unfortunately, I live in Australia where it was over 100 degrees, and having any electronic on in my vicinity was like creating a miniature sun. Like my phone was radiating heat to the point where I just put it away and went away from it. God, I fucking hate not being able to run aircon. I genuinely am thinking I should do what that guy did with the 500 dead vapes to power his house, and just built a battery for my aircon, I guess. You broke the tie, did you? Fair enough. I mean, the answer is one of those. Like, all of those are appropriate. They are correct answers. Alright, so let's start off with something easy. Health insurance. In fact, here is a Trump voter angry about their health insurance. What's up, Bonus? So, we start off with Rusty Kimball. Dear President Trump, thank you for all you've done for us. The first time you were elected, you promised we'd all see an increase in our paychecks by February, and we didn't. What we seen was a loss in our deductions on our taxes. That cost me about $6,000 a year in returns. Thank you. Now you said we'd see no tax on our overtime. Thank you. I'm here to verify I'm still getting my fucking head chopped off every Friday. Thanks. Now yesterday my health insurance went from $231 a month to $1,400 a month. That is more than a 10-time increase, just right off the bat. People don't help the working class people who put you in office anymore. With a friend like you, we don't need any more enemies, but fear not, I'll limo back to work next Monday. Sciatica, AFib, HPV will not stop me. I'll work as many hours as I can to earn as much taxable income. I can confirm, fund your policies that choke the life out of me. Thank you for very fucking much. Hope you had a Merry fucking Christmas and have a fuckalicious stew fucking year. Dude's not happy. And you know what? I don't blame him for not being happy. Here is another example. An American has paid $20 for the same medication for 5 years. After 5 years, her insurance suddenly wants $124 a month for the same drug. But the pharmacist tells her that without insurance, it's $16. It's worse, it's even worse than that. Oh, I know. I'm just showing like little bits and pieces. It's fucked, guys. We're gonna talk about how the American economy is fucked just to start off with before we jump into China and the imperialism.
Here is one example as to why health insurance in America is a scam. So I went to the pharmacy the other day to get a refill on a prescription that I've been prescribed for years. I've had the same health insurance for the past at least 5 years, so literally nothing has changed. I usually pay about $20 for this prescription when I go get it refilled, and like I said, it's been like that for years. Well, this time she rang me up and she looked at it kind of funny, and I looked at the total and it said $124. So she said, "This can't be right." And I said, "Well, I hope it's not right." So she messed with it for a little bit and then came to the conclusion that it was correct, and that's just what my health insurance decides to charge now.
It's insane, by the way, that even before this, the pill was $16 and it was costing her $20 with her insurance. It was $16 without. Like, it's very rare that happens, to be clear. Like, it's not common where your prescription medication is cheaper without insurance. But kind of fucking wild.
For what used to be a $20 medication. So I was about to just say, forget it. I don't want it. It's not a life-saving medication. Screw it. But she was like, "Okay, hold on. Let me give you what it would cost you to self-pay instead of filing through your insurance." I was like, "All right, cool. How much will that be?" And she said, $16. $16.
The entire industry exists to steal money from you, but also, like, understand that health insurance is murder. Like, the people who if you are an executive at a health insurance company, or you even just work at a health insurance company, you don't have to be an executive. Mind you, I don't mean this as an attack. There's plenty of middle manager type people who work in these companies who have a soul, who hate denying people healthcare, but they need to do it to survive. But every time that happens, they're killing somebody. That is murder. But let's move this towards the cyberpunk dystopia aspect of the American healthcare system now. This is wild. I didn't think we were going to get here this fast.
moments where you remember suddenly that we're living in a horrifying dystopia. So today I had to get an MRI, and I had to pay $1,200 out of pocket for the MRI because the insurance company that I have was like, we're not gonna pay for that necessary procedure to see inside of you. We're just gonna let them guess. You can either pay or they can guess. So I was like, that's cool. So I pay my $1,200 and I'm in the MRI machine. And over the headphones, if you've never had an MRI, when you get an MRI, they let you listen to music so as to distract from the horrors around you. And while I'm in...
They didn't let me do that, but she didn't get to listen to much music because...
in the MRI, trapped in the MRI, having the MRI done, I can't move, I can't wiggle, I can't do anything. They start playing Capital One no hassle credit card commercials just directly into my eardrums. And then they start playing Chick-fil-A commercials. The MRI was about 20 minutes long. About 10 minutes of it was commercials for having one of those black.
So that's very cyberpunk of them. I imagine soon they will have a screen that you can look at too. Depends on the facility. Non-magnetic headphones are expensive. Well, I mean, yeah, essentially. Generally, they also just have, like, a speaker that is right outside that's also non-magnetic, and then they just play it out the speaker, which tends to work okay. I mean, the MRI is really fucking loud in and of itself, but, I mean, it's better than not having anything. Though, I will say, I would rather have nothing than have to listen to Capital One credit card ads and Chick-fil-A ads while I'm literally trapped in an MRI. That is disgusting. And now let's move over to the robot side of things. Here are the robots who are taking people's jobs over in Florida.
You can find them swerving on the sidewalk in different parts of Miami and Fort Lauderdale. These AI-operated, self-driving delivery robots have become quite the topic of conversation for people working and living in those areas. But how do they work?
Talk about a captive audience. True, Latino Mafune. And, of course they did, calibrating.
Oh, and how do people really feel about them? CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister joins us from Brickell tonight and answers all those questions.
Surf Robotics deployed its first fleet of 5 robots in the city of Miami back in February, and now there are hundreds of them roaming the streets and the sidewalks.
There's a really important reason I'm gonna, like,
they're the delivery
this.
drivers who
It's
don't
not just
say
the
much
delivery
when they
drivers.
drop off your food. But despite their lack of conversational skills, these self-driving robots are taking over the streets of Miami.
Now, just to, like, really double down, these are taking people's jobs, delivery jobs who are primarily done by low-income people who are now no longer able to do that job because that is going to robots. I wonder, is tipping these over by mistaken offense? Yes, it would be.
I find them a little bit annoying.
In America, basically anything is terrorism unless you're like an outright Nazi. If you're an outright Nazi, you can do that.
Annoying, inconvenient.
I like the robots because if you didn't have the robots, you would have a million bicycle riders.
I like the robots because if we didn't have the robots, then there would be human beings who have jobs, is what she is saying. She is saying that she doesn't care about these human beings and them not having a job, not being able to pay for their life, because it just looks nicer to her. It's literally the aesthetic. And this goes into, obviously, the conservative mentality that everything that is beyond your very small in-group is the enemy, and they just don't care any further than that. Mind you, like, again, these are the same people who make fun of left-leaning people who will extend empathy outside of their inner circle into, like, you know, even animals, inanimate objects. I remember those, one of my cities had them like 8 years ago, but they never lasted. I think people kicking them or something. Well, this time they do. And the issue isn't the robots itself. It's actually more than that. Let's keep going. We'll get to where it is, because this is the part that should freak you the fuck out.
From Grubhub.
Serve Robotics is one of the companies providing their AI-operated, self-driving delivery robots for service in South Florida.
Everything is fully integrated through the Uber Eats app. Once you get to the checkout page of the merchant, there is a toggle that, as the consumer, you have the power to turn on or off. If you leave it on, then you have the possibility of getting matched with a robot for your delivery. If you are someone that tips in advance, once you get that robot delivery, you do get that tip refunded to you.
And there's no one operating these robots. They get around on their own.
It is the computer on board, the AI making the driving decisions. So again, it's taking data from all of its different sensors. It's 5 cameras, it's LiDAR. All of these different sensors are...
That's the key here. Every single one of these is a spy. They have 5 cameras, they have LiDAR, they have microphones, that all of those sensors are constantly recording and gathering data. Data then gets stored the same places where all the other data gets stored. It gets fed to Palantir. Literally every self-driving car also does this. All the Waymos also do this. Every Tesla also does this. So anytime you see one of these, anytime you see a Tesla, anytime you see a Waymo, you are being recorded. No way YouTube literally censored me for saying I would cook my own food. Of course it did. What's up, Rondo?
Providing it that safe path to traverse throughout the city.
These robots operate on the sidewalks, can cross streets, and typically travel.
Are we upset about China doing an invasion? I'm not upset about it. I'm going to cover it. More upset about what America's doing. Fucking over Ukraine, threatening to... We bombed Venezuela, apparently, Trump said today. There's a lot. We'll get into it. I just want to finish up with this section first because there's some important stuff here. So, we just watched those food delivery robots, right? Well, guess what's happening now? Here is robot dogs patrolling the streets of the United States.
I'm just patrolling the area. I am came from the 235 Mitchell Alley.
Okay, well, you have a good one.
Have a great night, officer.
You too.
I hate these so fucking much. See, are you guys understanding? Like, the revolution is not gonna be you getting shot by the Nazis. It's gonna be these. It's gonna be the flying ones that are going to come and kill you. That's where we're headed. That's also, like, laid out pretty clearly. We were promised they wouldn't use these. Gee, who would have guessed they lied? They were already using them when they said that. There was a video that I showed of ICE having one of these with them on a raid. I can't remember where it was. The only correct moral position IMO is to defer to the Taiwanese people. I don't give a fuck about the moral decision. I want China to take Taiwan because that means less chips for America, less AI. The fall of the US empire is quickened. Unfortunately, like, I would prefer, if I got the choice, Taiwanese self-determination would be what I would pick. But right now I get to pick between whether America controls Taiwan or China controls Taiwan. And if I have to pick between those two, I'm gonna pick China. I'd prefer Taiwan just gets to stay Taiwan, to be clear. But this is the important thing, because China taking Taiwan speeds this up. By the way, speeding this up also aligns with what the people who are doing it want. I just also want it because, well, fuck America. Well, I don't know. A lot of people haven't realized that we're just the Nazis now. By the way, the US dollar has lost 10% of its value this year, which I literally said would happen. I've actually pointed out exactly what these people that I'm about to show you are saying over a year ago and how it would happen. We are perfectly aligned with the timeline I laid out over a year ago. It's actually wild.
Recession, a construction recession, a housing recession. 23 states are in a recession and 11 more are on the brink of a recession.
We are in a depression, guys.
Master's degree in business. Farm bankruptcies are 60% higher than last year under Biden. Credit card delinquencies are skyrocketing. The top 2 states where the people are struggling financially is number 1, Texas, and number 2, Florida. We are
Love that it's the 2 reddest states that are suffering the most. Fuck yeah.
set to lose $70 billion in tourism alone just in 2025. About $40 billion loss in agriculture just in 2025. Another $1 billion in international students. We just hit $39 trillion in
Literally, wet camera ink, go to Mexico and apply for asylum.
debt. Expect another government shutdown January 3rd.
Oh yeah, no, most of the houses going down are owned by MAGA. I can buy them up and rent them back to the MAGAs. Please do. I showed a video of this a little while ago of a guy who found the MAGA that was saying some horrific shit. Found his property on Zillow, bought it, and said he'll rent it back to him, and then created basically he has to write a check every month to I Promise to Be a Good American LLC, who owns his house now. So, you know what? I support that run, though. 10 out of 10. Please do it. Another day, another banger stream. What's up, fellow conspiracy theorists? What's up, Comrade Lily? Conspiracy theorists. It's funny, considering, I've said this over a year ago, and I was exactly correct about the trajectory that we're going in.
They're lying to you about Venezuela. They're lying to you about inflation. They're lying to you about Venezuela. And they're lying to you about their intentions with this economy. Inflation over the last 5 years is not 36%. It's closer to 52 to 60%. Home prices have doubled in some areas. Grocery carts, $350 to $400.
Mind you, Trump said today that he's gonna still replace Powell as the Fed chair, which means the Federal Reserve is not independent, which causes more issues. They're like, yeah.
$100 a pop, even for doubled in some areas. Grocery carts, $350 to $400 a pop, even for places like Aldi and Redner's. We are not in Venezuela to stop a drug epidemic. We're there for oil, specifically heavy oil. There's 3 different types, light, medium, and heavy. I'm not an oil.
It's not just the oil, but we absolutely fucking need the oil now. OPEC specifically is upped production to drop oil prices, which is why gas is very cheap right now. And if you're aware of what that means, cheap gas is not a good thing for the United States right now. You are going to see quite a lot of oil companies, natural gas companies, fossil fuel companies in the US go bankrupt next year, actually. Very funnily. But that's why your gas prices are cheap. It's because OPEC is crashing the oil market and the petrodollar, which no longer really exists. OPEC now sells the Chinese oil through the one. So it's part of that. The Venezuela situation has now ramped up to the point where we are doing piracy. We need that oil now because we're not able to sell any, we're not able to produce any, and we want the specifically heavy oil that they have. What's up, Gary Johnson? We're going to be talking about Taiwan in a little bit, but like, definitely not the way Hassan is doing it. I haven't seen that, but I've heard it already.
Oil expert, but we have heavy oil refineries in the south side of America, a lot of heavy oil refineries, but guess what? Over the decades, we've been finding...
Oh, Latina Mufune, corporate media won't call it depression until it affects the rich. It is affecting the rich. The centimillionaires are pissed. Anyone who is not a billionaire is pissed. There are people with $150 million who fucking hate the regime because they are becoming significantly poorer. That's the money that's being siphoned. You and I don't have that much money. They're siphoning the rich's money. Things getting more expensive is bad. We should stop spending. Oh, you know, we want to know what comes next. Because it's not just things getting more expensive. This is all part of a plan.
Less and less heavy oil, a lot of the light stuff. So what country has the most heavy oil in America or in the world that's accessible? Which 2 countries? Canada and Venezuela. I watch videos all the time about the economy being affordable. Meanwhile, prices are going up.
We're going to talk about Canada again today as well. I told you that wasn't going to go away. Neither was Greenland.
Single day on normal everyday items. Heck, I just bought a camera body that went up 15% from Nikon, and Dory. Things look great right now.
I don't really care about the prices going up. It's this part that's important.
We didn't go into Reaganomics because everything was fine and we needed a seismic shift. No, everything was bad, and that's why we needed the seismic shift. The Patriot Act didn't get passed right after 9/11 for a given reason, right? Right? They didn't call it the Patriot Act for no reason, right? Everything has a time and a place. And I think we're setting ourselves up for the Mar-a-Lago Accord. If you wanted to make a gigantic change to the economy,
I hate that it probably will be called the Mar-a-Lago Accord.
Huge change. Seismic change. What a change. Beautiful. Would you have to be in a good economy or a bad economy to make that plausible? Because if you're in a good economy, isn't it hard to propose massive change? Isn't it much easier in a bad economy? Help me, I'm poor. I have a solution for you. Is a much more, likely conversation. And if we see a world where we walk into a recession in 2026, which I'm not saying that we are, but it would give credence to, I don't know, blockchaining assets, blockchaining our currency. Heck, even the thought.
Over a year ago, I detailed the plan to devalue the dollar, default on the debt, and transition to a crypto-based economy because crypto has limited amounts. If they do that, you will never make enough money to be rich. They will own the majority of it, and you can't just print more. There's a limited amount. Hybrid Heathen, I always thought Venezuela's oil reserves very unusable, like the actual infrastructure for refinement is super poorly developed and that using their shit would take 10 years to build. That is true. The U.S., specifically in the southern states, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, etc., we have specifically heavy oil refineries. So, like, our refineries are specifically perfect to refine that oil. It's also really hard to get out of the ground because Venezuela doesn't really do that as much anymore. Like, they used to quite a bit more back before the shale boom. Did you just mention the hottest man alive critically? I don't know who you're talking about.
Process of revaluing gold against the dollar has come up. We have the power to do that. We've done it before. We did it in 1933. We did it in 1944.
Just a reminder that Marco Rubio said in January of 2025 that the US dollar would not be the world reserve currency in 5 years.
We did it again in 1971, repealing it all. And ever since then, the dollar has been pegged to gold. And we could just revalue it, simultaneously weakening our dollar and giving us an asset that we already have. We have gold. We have lots of gold. We have lots of silver. And maybe a higher potentiality of being able to weaken it even more if it was on blockchain. This all sounded confusing, and I don't even know half of what I'm talking about right now because none of this has ever happened before. But if I wanted to suggest a seismic shift in the economy, we would have to be in a poor economy. And all I continually see is people being gaslit. People continually having a carrot on a stick in front of them. Like, oh, next quarter it'll be better. Oh, give it till next year. Oh, he's only 1 year in, guys. But he's the first person who was campaigning day one this would change.
This is what's going to happen. This is the long-term plan. Catching up at 4 times speed, fair enough. They are going to continue to devalue the dollar as they siphon as much wealth as possible. They are going to crash the economy, default on the debt, then try and transition to a crypto-based economy. That has been the plan for well over a year now. It is fundamentally connected to Project 2025, by the way. A lot of what you're seeing now, or what you've been seeing this year, is foundation building for what comes next.
He was the first person on day one saying by quarter 2. His whole cabinet by quarter 2 is saying, hey, by quarter 4. Hey, by the way, we're in quarter 4. It stinks.
And that's enough of that. But, like, if you want to watch the full video, here it is. Pretty worth it, but it's nice to hear literally anybody else say this now, after me having said that, like, over a year ago. Now, while our economy is dying, a crypto-based economy couldn't sustain itself for even 2 weeks, would be endless chaos. That's the point, Hybrid Heathen. They want to. Calling it a plan is kind of wild because they can't make plans. No, the people that are on TV can't make plans. The people behind them that you don't see definitely can make plans. This is Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison shit. This is up well above that. The chaos is the point. People dying is the point. They want all of that. They have talked about all of that openly as well. What's up, Onyxander? Alright, so, like, as we're talking about the US economy and how it's going to crash, I just want to touch on this, I don't know if you guys have seen The Economist's video on China's new economic threat, but it is genuinely funny. Like, I actually cackled laughing at this. Might as well just be The Onion.
The economy is facing a new threat. In most countries, governments complain when prices are too high. But in China, the government's angry that prices are too low.
China's economic crisis is that things cost too little. Prices are too low. According to who, by the way?
This has come about due to a phenomenon called involution. companies are cutting prices to gain market share. That's forcing everyone else to do the same.
Is this not just competition under capitalism? Is that not the point?
As a result, profits have plummeted, and no one's market share is any higher. This fight for survival has gone beyond normal market competition. That's because many of the firms have been nurtured by China's local governments. Industries like solar panels and lithium batteries have become world-leading.
I'm not seeing a problem here, guys. Sounds like a normal, diversified market. Yeah, literally. It's like, that's why I'm laughing. This is The Economist. It might as well be The Onion.
But this has resulted in an oversupply of these goods, and not enough customers to meet the demand.
There's too much cheap stuff, is the problem with China.
One example is the car industry. There are now 130 domestic car companies battling for sales. Discounts are so steep that you can buy this electric car, the BYD Seagull, for less than $8,000.
$8,000 for an electric car. How much does a Tesla cost, guys? What's up, Posh Guy? This is fantastic. This is actually so fucking funny. Propaganda meant to make us accept that things are getting more expensive. Well, also, yes, but it's also, like, them coping around China. They're like, well, it's a problem because prices are too low in China. The Chinese economy is diversified and things are affordable. It's literally just them doing capitalism correctly. Like, this whole video is about companies with competition cutting their prices so that they can do better in a competitive market, which is driving costs down for the consumer. It is functional capitalism. It's been a minute since I've been here. Yeah, I know. Greater products for lower prices? This is Milton Friedman's dream. Yeah, literally. Like, they're actually doing laissez-faire, but with a slight little twinge. How's rent in China? Don't you pay like $400 a month for that, basically? It's like not even an eighth of your income per year. I saw someone do the math on this, where essentially per year in China on a minimum wage, you're going to earn about the equivalent of $24,000, but your parity, like your purchasing parity, is far higher. Whereas like you pay $400 a month for rent, that equates to like $4,800. If you made like $28,000 that year, that's not even like, you still have a lot of money. Then you add food onto it. Let's say food is $100 a week. And then like your utilities, sure. You end up having spare money on minimum wage. I mean, anarchist tech support, you could just go to Taiwan and marry somebody there, because then you can actually become a Chinese citizen, ironically. Heading to Iran, I'll be doing a stop in Turkey. We'll be there for 15 hours. Should be an exciting time. Have fun. We're going to talk about Turkey today as well at some point. Before you know it, they're going to start trading internationally and growing the middle class and start sending the younger generations to more higher education. Yeah, they're basically already doing that. Free market, it kind of feels like that.
That might sound like a great deal, but households should think twice before being too happy about cheap prices. As profits have come down, wage growth has stalled, and employment looks weak.
Okay, I need you to understand. Profits for the corpse going down, I don't give two shits. If your wages have stalled, but the cost of living and buying goods has gone down, you have gained your wages. You have gained an increase in your wage. Even though the number didn't go up, it now has more purchasing parity. It's so funny, the cope right.
China sounds like a great deal, but households should think twice before being too happy about cheap prices.
Don't be too happy about cheap prices. I mean, yes, this is exactly why they're actively blocking the sales in America and Europe.
As profits have come down, wage growth has stalled, and employment looks weak. China has been here before. A decade ago, it also suffered another long spell of falling industrial prices. Back then,
yeah, as compared to our stalled wages and everything increasing. Literally, like, bare minimum wise, this is already better. But, we're trying to convince people that it's bad, that things are cheap, and there is surplus of products. And also, people's money now buys them more things. But oh no, the number didn't go up, so like actually your wages are stalled and that's bad for X reason. Like eventually that will be a problem. A couple decades down the line probably. As I said, we're in the era of the fall of the US empire and the rise of the Chinese empire. As a country gets richer and more prosperous, it gives more rights and benefits to its citizens. Whereas while an empire falls, they lean towards fascism. Capitalism becomes fascism when it's in crisis. If I have $10 and I can buy 5 apples with those $10, then the prices go down and now I can buy 10 apples with $10. I functionally have gained money. Yes, exactly. Desperation leads to people saying stupid shit, while also people believe stupid shit.
The government cut capacity in industries like...
How stupid would this person have to be to buy this propaganda? The average median voter in America.
like steel and coal to limit production. It was a crude measure, but effective. Prices rose and profit margins increased. But this time around, involution is more widespread.
Again, this is a good thing if you're not specifically trying to increase corporate profits. Status Quo did a pre-COVID live stream about how USA econ stats have been fake for over 45 years, and the reality has been close to the Great Depression basically since Volcker shock under Carter and Reagan. That is literally true, yes. Like, that's why I'm like, we're already in a depression. Since 2008, we've been in a recession, essentially, nonstop. They lie about the numbers before. Now they're just not releasing them.
The companies involved are often privately owned, so the government has less control over them.
I thought that would be a good thing, The Economist. You have a problem with privately owned companies that the government can't control that are also engaging in this production? But Visora's accent sounds so serious, he can't be lying. Yeah, you know, exactly.
They also operate in high-tech sectors with shiny new facilities, not like the dirty, outmoded plants that the government shut down.
That's such a weird way to say that. What?
An alternative response to involution is just to flood foreign markets with goods.
Again, flood, as if the people in those foreign markets aren't begging for these cheap goods.
But trading partners are pushing back. Ultimately, the best response to falling prices is to boost demand, not to curb supply.
Essentially, this is saying that we don't want prices to go down ever. You understand, like, the country that you live in, the West's mentality. They want prices to never go down. This is a problem I've talked about when it comes to Australia and the housing market, because we've had, like, MPs go forward and say, we don't want housing prices to stop increasing. We just want to slow down how fast they're increasing. Which is a wild thing to fucking say. Alright, do you guys want to talk about Taiwan next, or should we talk about America doing its 2.0 imperialism? You guys pick. Let me know in the chat. Do you want Taiwan or America next? Because, I mean, we've been on America, we could stay on America, or we can jump in and talk about the blockade around Taiwan right now. I'm literally going to end up having an argument with my driver over that propaganda. He thinks he understands the economy because his TV is glued to Fox News. Well, I mean, don't bother fighting and arguing with an idiot like that, Jet. You're talking to, like, you are arguing economics with someone who has the brain of a hamster. Let's continue with Chinese reunification. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm not going to be that pro-China here, but to make it clear, my ideal would be Taiwanese self-determination. Now, if we have to pick between the US controlling Taiwan or China controlling Taiwan, I'm leaning towards China. The best case you make for concern about falling prices is that just means your currency is too strong and that can encourage almost too much saving because money circulates less in theory, but can you even make that claim? Of course not. So, China has launched its most extensive military exercise yet around Taiwan, deploying warships, fighter jets, artillery, Coast Guard, which is what Beijing is calling Justice Mission 2025. Taiwan's Defense Force says nearly 90 Chinese military aircraft, dozens of vessels were operating around the island. This is going to continue for a couple days. They're expecting Tuesday to be much more tense with live fire exercises being in a specific area. It's pretty bad. So essentially what we have here, China has demarcated multiple zones surrounding Taiwan that will be under sea and airspace restrictions from December 30th after China moved Army, Naval, Air Force, and artillery units around Taiwan. So basically all of these areas are closed off. Now, I think from China's case, they can't do the land invasion for a couple more months. Like, the season's not correct for that yet. But I don't think they have to. Because I think they should, I think this might evolve into the actual blockade. Now, it seems like this is a dry run at the moment, and it could be a dry run for what they're going to do in a couple months. But where we're at now, I would suspect it's probably not a bad idea to just do it, considering when asked, the president said this about Taiwan.
Exercises basically to test encircling Taiwan. Can you explain to us what your knowledge is of that? What do you think about that? Have you had any discussions with China?
Well, I have a great relationship with President Xi, and he hasn't told me anything about it. I certainly have seen it, but he hasn't told me anything about it, and I don't believe he's going to be doing it. No, nothing worries me. Nothing.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Not worried at all.
So if you're encircling, if you're doing naval exercises and air exercises.
I've been doing naval exercises for 20 years.
I mean, to be fair, if they did a land invasion, Comrade Lily, the chances of us actually showing up to help them are like under 10% right now. Though Japan is another story.
Now people take it a little bit differently, but in fact, larger than they're doing right now. So we'll see. But they've been doing that for 20, 25 years, yeah.
Mr. President.
So he says he's not worried about it. I don't know about that. But Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense reported that so far it detected 89 military aircraft, 67 which entered Taiwanese air defense identification zones, in addition to 14 naval vessels, 14 Coast Guard vessels, 4 amphibious landing ships, part of the ongoing SNAP military exercises. So let's take a look at what's going on over here.
China has launched its most extensive and closest military drills around Taiwan, mobilizing naval, air and ground forces. Beijing says the exercises are intended to simulate a blockade of the self-ruled island's key ports, as well as strikes on land and maritime targets. Taipei calls it military intimidation.
This footage, released by China's military, shows the mobilization of naval, ground and missile.
I have the full Chinese propaganda video for their military. It's funny because it's much better than our propaganda.
Forces around Taiwan. China has termed the drills as Justice Mission 2025 and says it is using weapons such as destroyers, fighter bombers and drones. It says it is launching live fire drills to simulate a blockade of Taiwan's key ports. The drills are happening 11 days after the US announced $11.1 billion in arms sales to Taiwan.
Yeah, that pissed them off, and then the Japanese pissed them off even more, so, you know, we might actually get towards this. America's not going to get involved. Not directly. We're not going to send people over to try and invade China or defend Taiwan. They're going to try and use Korea, Japan, Australia, mostly, to be the ones that go and do that. It's not going to work out great. I mean, we have openly said, the Pentagon has put out, that we are focusing more on the Western Hemisphere to avoid getting into a war with China and Russia. I don't understand why you would show a radar plane in that propaganda video. It's never meant to look cool. I mean, AWACS are cool. If we do nothing for this show, blockade could be turned into an actual blockade. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it makes sense. Because if we do nothing, they can just hold that blockade until the season is right, and then they can do their land invasion. It's unclear to me what exactly the beginning of the new Dark Age in 2008 and .com bust 2000 represented. Accurate stats are lacking. I have a good video on that, if you remind me in a sec after this one. Nadia Vet, I'll link it to you.
The largest ever weapons package for the island.
我要强调， I want to emphasize that the Democratic Progressive Party is stubbornly sticking to its stance on the Taiwan independence issue, attempting to achieve this through the US, even at the cost of turning Taiwan into a powder keg and an ammunition depot. This fully exposes their vicious nature as peace destroyers, troublemakers, and war instigators. External forces trying to use Taiwan to contain China will only embolden the arrogance of the Taiwan independence movement and
Yeah, they're serious, guys.
push the Taiwan Strait towards a dangerous situation of military conflict.
China's military drills have prompted a swift reaction from Taiwan. The Ministry of National Defense released this footage showing what it said were rapid response exercises. It condemned Beijing's drills as irrational provocations.
Maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and the Indo-Pacific is a strong consensus within the international community. The Chinese army conducting targeted military. That's how it's been.
Chinese drills have also worried Taiwan's civilians.
China have their own idea of wanting to take us back. That's how it's been for a long time. But now we're different. We have our own country and our own way of thinking.
China is a country that likes to bully the weak.
Sorry, guys. Like, you're right. You are absolutely correct. They are the better choice for this right now. We are worse than China in every way. We are trying to end the world. They are trying to rule the world. There's a difference.
China has long claimed the island democracy as its territory, and Beijing has refused to rule out using military action to seize it.
William Yang joins us from the International Crisis Group. William, are these military drills or a military threat?
And then I know more than you. All right, let's get a better video.
是中华民国海军，你已进入我24里临街区海域，违反我中华民国领海及临街区法。
I mean, remember, was earlier in the year they did this as well, and like it was pretty big last time too. If Taiwan falls, I think it's a wrap for America on the world stage. That's the point. Except you would think, because we also just bombed Nigeria, we bombed Venezuela yesterday. We have given Russia Ukraine essentially, and what else? Oh yes, and we're gonna go to war with Iran again. So essentially. There's a good video on this. It's difficult to talk about this because people are dumb. But yes, there is a lobby of Israelis in Israel who are like puppeting the American government right now. It's not just Israel, mind you, but there is some. The Pax Judaica thing is kind of true, where they don't want their empire on a map, they want their empire through other empires covering them. Essentially, we are now Israel's, I don't know, pay pig, I guess. That's kind of what happened. And that is directly related to people like Larry Ellison and Peter Thiel, the fact that they want the death cult. I mean, like, we are going full death cult. Interesting video on that. I'll link if you guys want to have a look at it. But, yeah. He's the peace president. Yeah, peace to every other country. There was a time when we had allies' confidence. Yeah, not anymore. Major allies see U.S. as an unreliable and destabilizing per Politico. Yeah, that would make sense. That tracks. Oh, by the way, yeah, CIA carried out a bombing of a port in Venezuela. We haven't really got any reports on that before this. I haven't checked it out entirely. We'll have a look, but I mean, we're still on China. Look, guys, at the moment, it looks like this is a dry run. It could turn into a proper blockade. They could hold it. If I was in charge of China, I would actually do the blockade now, and I would hold it and see if A, anyone's gonna come and try and make a pass through it, but two, I'm gonna keep it there and ready for the land invasion in a couple months if needed. Generally, I would even think that just under a blockade, Taiwan wouldn't need to have a ground invasion. They would have an internal coup or something like that. Spies the Chinese sent, etc. I think that's far more likely. I wouldn't be surprised if the US is actively egging them on to do it. I mean, yeah, we are kind of the Axis powers now. Oh, by the way, Dongfeng intercontinental ballistic missiles operated by the CPLA rocket force disguised as mobile cranes spotted recently moving around China. These are, I believe, the ones that can hit anywhere in the world. That is the Dongfeng missiles. Depends what happens if nobody steps up. Well, so the one people who are absolutely going to step up is Japan. Why didn't they do this earlier this year? What's China waiting for? So the last time they did this dry run was earlier in the year, and they didn't do it because they needed a little bit more time. First of all, like, America was still functional. They had to fully infiltrate with the Russians and the Israelis and break this country. But secondly, their Fujian aircraft carrier wasn't ready at the time, which they need. They can only do a land invasion about 2 times a year. It has to be in the spring because it's a very rough waters. There's usually typhoons all over the place. So you gotta wait for the calm water to do it. And they would have earlier in the year, I believe, if the Fujian aircraft carrier was ready. It was ready shortly after they finished those. But Japan is pissed. I think that's a different set of issues from not being able to tell how bad the economy really is because statistics are all fake. Well, I think all of these issues tie together, Nadia.
Russian and Chinese planes patrolling near Japan this month. Japan scrambled jets, but wants more long-range drones capable of surveillance and intercepting flybys like this. Which is why, on Friday, Japan proposed a $58 billion military budget for 2026, its largest on record.
We're continuing to increase the budget for important policies, such as strengthening defense capabilities.
The Prime Minister's defense drive is controversial at home, given Japan's pacifist constitution, which technically bans a standing army.
Yeah, no, they're full militant now.
But is backed by US President Donald Trump.
Going to go down as one of the great prime ministers you watch.
Japan is not alone in this defense spending spree. This year, Taiwan's military budget was a record high, set to increase in 2026 if Parliament approves. It's also seeking an additional $40 billion spread over 8 years to buy weapons.
We're also trying to get South Korea to help us build ships, but the first ship we build will be in 2050. I've said before, the US would not want to go into a war with China because we can't replace the ships we lose. It would take us decades for any ship that we lose, while China can produce ships very, very quickly to replace the ones they do. They also make dual-use ships, like civilian ships that are also military ships. There's part of me that thinks China wants Taiwan to realign them willingly for Taiwan to get so disillusioned by the unreliability of any Western alliance that they just make practical decision. That's what I'm trying to say. The blockade will hasten that because they want an internal coup. They are going to try. I think that would be far more likely than an actual land invasion. I think that's the last case scenario. If they can't coup the government from the inside after the blockade, then they would do that. But America can't fight that fight without losing at least half of our Navy, which we can't reproduce for, decades. So that's the reason.
And build a missile defense shield called the Taiwan Dome.
China's threats to Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific region are escalating.
Party?
They want a puppet dictatorship in Venezuela? Yeah, of course they do. We bombed them as well, by the way. I thought I heard that China can build an entire aircraft carrier in a day. I don't know if it's a day, but they produce ships every day. And we just announced that we're making one by 2050.
Including South Korea. which plans to spend about $46 billion on defense next year, a 7.5% increase on 2025.
And there's the other issue. The people who do produce naval vessels, like South Korea and Japan, or who we'd want to buy them from, but they're the first ones who are going to get bombed. If a war broke out between China and the West, China and Taiwan, China and Japan, North Korea starts bombing South Korea immediately, just so you know. I mean, it is already World War III, Comrade Lily. And it is already, like, the beginning of China's rise to an empire and the fall of the American empire. It is the American century of humiliation. Our current government talks a big game about bringing back shipbuilding, but again, the first ship that they said that we are going to build, 2050, hybrid heated. And you know who we need to help us build that ship? South Korean companies need to send people to teach Americans to build ships. Remember a couple months ago when a South Korean company sent people to America to set up a store and ICE arrested them? And they were like the best, highest rated employees that this company had, and their job was to set up the business, hire the American workers, and then train them. And then we arrested them by, they were pissed about that. So yeah, no, we're fucked. We're so fucking stupid. It's on purpose. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not stupidity. It is planned like this. The people who you see talk are dumb, but those are just the mouthpieces.
South Korea also plans to build its first nuclear-powered submarines, after recent approval by US President Donald Trump. The US maintains wartime operational control of South Korean forces, including the types of weapons Seoul can possess. The US has also lifted a restriction on South Korea enriching uranium and separating plutonium, essential for powering the new submarine.
You know what? That one's smart. I mean, to be fair, at this point, I think every country should have a nuke, because it's kind of like guns. You're not going to get rid of them, and every country should just have them. Hell, I mean, Ukraine had nukes, gave away its nukes. America and Russia promised never to attack them. Russia invaded them, and America helps.
Marines, but also key to making nuclear weapons. South Korea's president says his country has no plan to build a nuclear weapon amid what has become an arms race across the region.
If Taiwan falls and Japan and China are fighting, North Korea will attack South Korea. And also, again, stop glorifying North Korea and China. They're not good. They're better than us. Though, China. I don't know about North Korea. North Korea is fucked. I talked about this last week with these idiot left-ish people who were calling some TikToker the butcher of Pyongyang because he read the North Korean constitution and explained how this was fascism, just reading the constitution, while saying what most people know about North Korea in the West is propaganda and agreeing with pretty much everything you would imagine, but calling it fascist by reading its constitution. They're calling him the butcher. I don't trust Sealand with that kind of power. I don't trust anybody with this kind of power, but it happens.
Triggered by concerns ranging from China and North Korea to questions over the dependability of their most powerful traditional ally, the United States.
And we are not that reliable, guys. Again, major allies see US as unreliable and destabilizing, according to Politico. Here, look at this. We had the Ukrainian peace talks again. Mike Pompeo has said Putin has literally conceded nothing in Ukraine peace talks. Conceded literally nothing. Hold on. What else do we got? Apparently there's protests in Iran now. We'll have to take a look at that after this. So here is proof that the United States is trying to create a manufacture and independence movement in Alberta, Canada. This is U.S. State Department fucking people talking with these guys trying to create an independence movement so that we can annex parts of Canada.
In a skiff of all things, but that was interesting. But the people that we're meeting with go directly from our meetings to the Oval Office. So that's the level that we're meeting at. We were were at it for several hours, going through all of the ways in which the United States government could support Alberta independence when the timing was right. They are very enthusiastic about Alberta becoming an independent country. I mean, the one thing that we all fervently believe and have in common is that the government in Ottawa.
So again, this is America trying to create a sense of the Canadians want to leave Canada so that we can annex them.
And the land.
Today we're going to jump around a lot because there's a lot of foreign policy. All of the governments in the world are doing a bunch of shit right now. They're setting the path. By the way, Europe's fucked. Turkey went with America and Russia. I'll explain why in a bit.
Unlocking of Alberta's resources is being done by Ottawa at the behest of the Communist Chinese, and the Americans, see it within their national interest, both under the Monroe Doctrine that's been around forever and their new national security strategy to support Alberta independence and freeing the third largest oil field in the world from control by the Communist Chinese. I mean, one of the things that we were talking about is that the reason that the Chinese want to keep Alberta oil and gas.
There has to be a major case of the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing. Every country in the Western Bloc has its government puppeteered by a Gladios-type operation, including Canada. And that's what I mean. Like, the global right is one movement. They are interconnected but decentralized. But understand that, like, as I've already said, you're not going to believe me until you see it, but Europe bent the knee. Like, we put out the national security strategy. Germany is now preparing to hand over the reins to the AfD. The National Rally is going to win in France. Reform in the UK. We are doing this. We're making them do it, and they've agreed. Behind closed doors. There's still going to be some pushback in the media, but, like, no. It's already happening. There's a surprising lack of... Oh, there's Buncor is? Yeah, I don't know where Buncor is today. Guess they're busy. If I was Putin, I'd be laughing so fucking hard. Trump has just given him everything short of head. Zelensky doesn't deserve to be treated like this. I mean, Trump may have given him head. So, there's that. But no, yeah, you're right. It's insane.
Landlocked.
This is also insane. We are manufacturing consent to annex Canada. Like, this is real, guys.
Is because they don't want Japan and South Korea to have a steady and stable supply of oil and gas coming out of the third largest oil field in the world, right? In terms of why it is that the United States is so supportive of a free and independent Alberta. So we were excited.
Because we want to annex them. By the way, like, the Canadian Navy is, like, the Canadian military is aware and they're taking our threat seriously. I don't know how serious they're taking it. I hope very.
The Royal Canadian Navy is looking ahead to the future of its fleet. One of the concepts being considered is a Canadian-built ice-capable landing ship to defend.
We've had Canadian officers in the military talking about expectation of near-peer conflict. That would be us, by the way, near-peer conflict.
And the Arctic. As CBC's Muir Brewster tells us, it is just one of the projects being imagined by military planners as the federal government pours over $81 billion into defense over the next few years.
Prime Minister Mark Carney's government has made defending the Arctic a defense priority. The question vexing planners is how to operate over such vast distances, especially in an emergency. The commander of the Canadian Navy has an idea, an amphibious ship, one that does not require a port.
As we went through that analysis, we examined what would...
I haven't heard much about the Canadian U.S. annexation in forever. Yeah, it's like come back now. Now we're talking about Canada and Greenland again. We need, this is all going to happen. Like, it was never going away. It was just later. Like I said, this year has been building foundation for what comes next. This is part of why they want Greenland, so they can use it as flanking pressure. Yes, Teal also wants Greenland. Buncor, what's up? Good to see you. And also, like, we want the resources. We need to, like, if America wants to do a growing imperialist empire, then by necessity, we need Canada and Greenland. Like, there's no other way around that. If you don't get those, you can't be the imperialist empire. Oh, so you were here already, huh, Buncor? You heard me say that. I thought we were pretending that they weren't here. I don't know, I didn't see
happen if we had a small community in distress in the high Arctic in February. How could we get capability there? We could certainly improvise an awful lot through the Air Force, through the Coast Guard, doing other things. But to sustain an operation up in the north, we sort of realized that some form of Arctic mobile base probably made a lot of sense. And that is effectively what an amphibious ship is.
This is sort of what he's talking about. The USS Iwo Jima, an amphibious assault ship capable of carrying troops and vehicles and supplies over vast distances. A ship able to...
I know that the Gladio strings all got pulled in Europe, hence all the Ukrainian affairs, and every viable alternative to the extreme right is deliberate self-sabotage and screwing its base. Yep, that's on us. We're doing it. Again, like I said, the entire global right, the United States, all of Europe's right-wing parties, Russia, Israel, Modi in India, like all of these are working together. Hi, where are you? Hi, come here. I know, I picked you up too fast. Say hi, Poppy. Oh, why can't I hold you today? Okay. Better? You like that? Yeah, she likes this. Poppy. Like Poppy. Really cutie pie. She is so fucking sweet. But essentially, yes, Canada is still under threat by us. And moving on to Greenland. Greenland and Canada are already controlled by the Grand Spy Ring of Gladio-type operations. There will now be a conflict. Oh, no, I know. They're, like... Greenland has the most resistance, but not much. The thing is, the Gladio operatives are losing power, Nadia. Like, the Nazis are taking that from them. The Nazis and Gladio types are close, but they're not the same. Thank you, Lucina Mafune. Let's talk about Canada. It's quite concerning. Greenlanders react to the appointment of U.S. Special Envoy to Greenland.
After America's special envoy to Greenland, Jeff Landry, said his goal was to make the island a part of the U.S., he received a cold rebuke from local residents on the Danish territory.
I think it's completely unacceptable, even though he has many times been told that this is not something we want in Greenland. I think it is quite concerning.
First of all, you can say that he's appointing a new envoy outside the diplomatic system, and I think that is reprehensible in itself. He should follow the diplomatic route when he...
There is no laws, guys. There is no law. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. They're fucked over in Greenland. Hey, by the way, Germany, you're fucked too.
The far-right Alternative for Germany party has long sought to cozy up to Donald Trump's MAGA movement in the U.S. Those efforts were once again on display this weekend at a black tie gala in New York, hosted by the Young Republican Club. It's a key date for MAGA-aligned Republicans and international far-right figures for whom the Trump administration has been signaling growing support. And that is something European leaders like Germany's Friedrich Merz are increasingly uneasy with.
Merz has bent the knee. Like, Germany's about to hand this over to the AfD. Here, have a look at this. Fuck listening to him. I want to show you what they're doing.
But there is one notable exception. The growing cooperation between the Trump administration and Germany's far-right AfD was on full display at a gala hosted by the New York Young Republican Club. AfD politician Markus Frohnmayer was honored for his work in what organizers call a hostile political environment in Germany. At home, parts of his party are monitored as extremists. Here in New York, he is welcomed, alongside calls to tear down Germany's political firewall, a consensus among Germany's main political parties that the far-right must never be allowed in government again.
A fantastic evening.
You want to see the cat? I'll bring the cat.
The call to tear down the firewall resonated here. Our US allies, during the meetings I've had over the last 2 days, recognize the problem in Germany. And there's a strong willingness to change course.
A change of course Frohnmayer hopes to pursue in his own political future, with elections coming up in his home state.
The US is one of our most important, if not the most important trading partners, especially for my home state of Baden-Württemberg. I want to be the next state premier there, and that's only possible if we work with our partners.
We of course don't only want to hear from Markus Frohnmayer how he feels about being here, but also from members of the Young Republican Party how they feel about this new bond.
The Young Republican Party is the Nazi Party, by the way. In Germany, all the werewolf spelled exactly right, not werewolf. Idiots in mini bunkers were given cover to go back and forth to job and supplied with weapons. Reinhard Gehlen. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad. Dude's got meth eyes. He literally looks like he's trying not to grind his teeth. He probably is.
Between their party and the AfD. Good evening. Could I ask you a quick question? My name is Ines Pohl. I'm with Deutsche Welle. This is Germany's international broadcasting. What do you make of the new connection between the AfD?
They self-identify as Nazis in public, Latino Mufune, not even in private. This and blah blah also covered the importation of Christo-fascism from the US over to Germany. Well, yeah, the Christo-fascism is like the death cult, right? Like, we're trying to do the death cult. It is Pax Judaica, really. Because we're all doing this to do the, like, biblical revelations bullshit that they believe. So.
Oh, you're not allowed to talk?
Those who were willing to speak explained why they believe the relationship with the AfD is deepening.
I personally think that they stand on more traditional values, both of them, anti-immigration.
So, enjoy the Nazis, Germany, I guess, again. Now, oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this, I talked about this last week. J.D. Vance said that France and the UK having nuclear weapons is a national security threat to the United States, which is fucking insane. Like, the UK and France having nuclear weapons is a security threat to the United States, says the Vice President. We are watching the shift in real time. Oh, by the way, there's a bill to end dual citizenship. I need to look into this more, but, I mean, it is what it is. It's bad. Now, let's jump to some of the press conferences today. So, yes, Trump met with Netanyahu, all that. Here's him talking about how we bombed Venezuela. It was the CIA who did it.
Can you say anything more about the explosion in Venezuela that you mentioned in the radio interview? Did the military do that?
Well, it doesn't matter, but there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
Is that the only strike that the U.S. has done?
I don't want to comment on that.
So we got information after this. It was the CIA who did it. We did bomb Venezuela. We've also put out a memo saying that we were going to try and focus on pirating the oil tankers for the next 2 months. It would make it easier to renounce U.S. citizenship, which usually costs money and requires clearing up back taxes. I thought about it, but it is not useful for me to do so. But I technically have 3 citizenships. Though Turkey is cool, because a lot of Turks live in Germany, and Germany only lets you have 1 citizenship. So a lot of Turks have to renounce their Turkish citizenship when they live in Germany. But Turkey provides all of your citizenship benefits to you regardless of whether you renounced it or not. Like, if you renounced your Turkish citizenship, you can still go to Turkey and then get all of the benefits as if you were a citizen. Renouncing U.S. citizenship in a definitive way might help with repatriation. Yeah, look, I'm more worried about... yeah. Alright, so we're going to bomb Iran as well. Oh, by the way, hold on. Before we start that, let me actually show you what Iran said. God, hold on, I have so many links. Where are you, Iran? Iran. There we go. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm taking too long, buddy. Oh, there you are. Okay, let's have a look. So first off, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian stated in an interview published earlier today that Iran is in the midst of a total war against the United States, Israel, and Europe, adding that any further acts of aggression against Iran will be met with more decisive responses from the Iranian armed forces. If you got censored, Nadiavet, send me a screenshot of what got censored on Discord, please. Now, this is him saying, it's not him declaring war on us. It's him saying we have been doing war on them. Economic war, physical war, cyber war, all of that. We've been doing it already. So he's not wrong there. But the result of this, you'll see, is not great.
Overseas now to an ominous declaration by Iran, that country's president saying it's at, quote, total war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. So let's bring in ABC's Marcus Moore. And Marcus, the Iranian president also says he wants to strengthen ties with Hamas.
Yeah, and Mary, while this wasn't...
Like, again, at this point, everything is Hamas, everything is Antifa. I don't even know, like, I don't care if this is true or not, by the way. I really don't care. Iran has been the most consistently stable country in the region for a while, which is insane, because, like, it's not great. Now, they just had massive protest breakout today. I haven't looked at that yet. But, at least in their foreign policy, they have been the most rational actors in the region.
Iran's supreme leader saying this. This was still a concerning statement from Iran's president, who's quoted as saying, "We are in a full-scale war with America, Israel, and Europe. They do not want our country to stand on its feet." And this is notable for a couple of reasons. Certainly the timing. It comes just before Prime Minister Netanyahu is set to meet with President Trump tomorrow, and it follows that unprecedented military action over the summer when Israel and the United States coordinated to attack Iran.
So we don't need to keep watching that, but, like, essentially that is the way that we are headed, because now let's jump back to the fucking meetings with Trump. Here we go.
Israeli attack on Iran if Iran will not have a deal. If Iran
The audio is super low, so I'm just going to read it. U.S. President Donald Trump states that he would support further Israeli strikes against long-range missiles and nuclear facilities in Iran, adding that Israel would not exist if someone besides Benjamin Netanyahu was prime minister. We are literally, you're so right, Naiva, and I need people to understand this. The Christo-fascism wants to start World War III around Israel as part of their spell to end the world and summon Jesus. Literally, yes. Now, like, that spell is a little different, because the Zionists think that it's going to summon their savior, and the Christians think that the Zionist savior is the Antichrist. It doesn't matter. Peter Thiel is the Antichrist as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, Nadia. This is fantastic. This is very funny. Now, like, again, it doesn't matter. It's going to piss off the Nazis on the right, but only half of them.
And I've been a great friend to you and to Israel, and it's been my honor. And the award that I was given was really surprising and very much appreciated.
Well, President Trump has broken so many conventions to the surprise of people, and then they figure out, oh, well, maybe, he was right after all. So we decided to break a convention too, or create a new one, and that is to award the Israel Prize, which in almost our 80 years, we've never awarded it to a non-Israeli, and we're going to award it this year.
Trump is the most Israeli president of the United States ever. You guys remember a little while ago when I showed you a lady at the State Department who said that Israel is the greatest country? Sorry, they said America is the greatest country in the world after Israel, and that woman was from the State Department.
To President Trump, this was announced formally over lunch by our Minister of Education, who's responsible for the Israel Prize. It's going to be awarded to President Donald J. Trump.
Incredibly funny. But this was not just like a nothing meeting. There was a lot happening here. Turkey. We need to talk about Turkey. Let me get some links open because this is going to be... I'm going to be tying stuff together here. I have to. Let me see. Where is my Turkey? Here we go. So starting off, this happened in Turkey yesterday. There was 7 Turkish police officers reported injuries in a raid against suspected ISIL members. Now they're claiming that they killed 7 ISIS members here. This is going to be a little convoluted, but I need you to stay with me because I'm going to explain to you why Turkey just chose the side of America, Israel, and Russia. And NATO is fucked because now both of the strongest militaries in NATO are on the opposite side of them. Turkey was, I said this before, if America leaves, doesn't help, Turkey is absolutely critical. Whichever way they go is going to decide that conflict. Europe is fucked if Turkey goes with the Russians and the US and Israel. But there is an op happening here. So let me explain this. So first off, I don't know whether these were real ISIS members or not. I don't care. ISIS is functionally just a name that lots of different groups have used. America has been ISIS before. Turkey has been ISIS before. Israel has been ISIS before regularly. So this doesn't necessarily matter. But the push for Turkey is going to be, we need to fight ISIS because these are happening here. We're bombing and doing war. Like, Turkey's doing war crimes in Syria right now. As I laid out before, when we struck Iran, what they were going to do is you were going to see a rise in ISIS cases in Iran, in Iraq, in Syria, and that was going to be the justification for full-scale war in the Middle East, and that's exactly what's happening. Turkey wants Syria to stay the same. Israel had an issue with Syria. They've worked together and talked about it, and have come to this conclusion. But just let's have a look.
State media in Turkey are reporting that 7 police officers have been injured in an operation against ISIL. It happened in Yalova, south of Istanbul. Members of the armed group reportedly opened fire as police raided a hideout. But it is believed the officers were not seriously wounded. Last week, Turkish authorities...
I mean, 3 officers died, so, you know.
At least 3 Turkish police officers were killed in a clash with Islamic State militants in northwest Turkey on Monday, the country's interior minister said. It comes a week after more than 100 suspected IS militants were detained by Turkey for planning Christmas and New Year attacks.
Now, that's probably true, honestly, because Turkey has done a lot of bad things in, like, to the Kurds, in Syria, in Iraq. That's blowback that they're getting. I do believe that these might be actual ISIL members or whatever, but, like, they literally could just be operatives from the CIA, from Mossad, from Turkey's fucking thing. Like, they can just do that because they want this energy. Because here's what's happening on the other end in the US. Here is Trump and Netanyahu talking about Erdogan.
Is this tension given the fact that President Erdogan calls Mr. Netanyahu Hitler and compares Israel to the Nazis?
Well, I know President Erdogan very
Rare Erdogan W, by the way.
well, and as you all know, he's a very good friend of mine. And I believe that, and I do respect him, and Bibi respects him, and they're not going to have a problem. They're not going to have a problem. I know him very well. And you've seen me do things with President Erdogan and Turkey that nobody else could have done. We're not going to have a problem.
They've agreed. There has been a deal made. Turkey has flipped to their side. That's a big fucking problem.
He's done a fantastic job. I'm with him all the way. I'm with Bibi all the way. Nothing's going to happen. Yes. Me do things with President Erdogan.
It's the same video. That's fine. By the way,
Are you going to approve a sailing of F-35 to Turkey?
We're thinking about it very seriously.
And what is your reaction to this?
They'll never use it.
Okay.
I promise they'll never use it. Thank you, press.
functionally saying we'll sell them F-35s if they don't use them against Israel. They're not going to use them against Israel because they've made a plan here. They are enacting the plan that they have made. Hold on. Got more links to show you guys. Now, last week I showed a lot about, like, the consent manufacturing for Iran in the US, like, Lindsey Graham, like, all the news media talking about, like, Iran. The Onion is immaculate, though, because this is fantastic. Here is an Onion headline. Netanyahu calls Iran strikes necessary to prevent the war he just started. And then December 29th, in the U.S., Netanyahu aims to convince Trump that the only threat of war can bring peace. Marching orders from Putin, marching orders from him. Wow, such strong, like, how man. Yeah, literally, like, it is weakness to its core. Here, look at Russian media boasting about how they own the Trump administration. This is state media. This is a propagandist network.
Кэша моего когда, наконец, уже приведут к власти? Ну, приведут. Мне просто еще посмотреть, как кэш последний на следующий день превращает ФБР в музей политических репрессий. Их в паре приведут.
People keep trying to talk about how Trump is a Russian agent. He's not a Russian agent. He's just worked with the Russian mob since the 80s. Everyone who lived in New York in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s knows that this man is mobbed up. He was friends with the Italian mob. He was friends with the Russian mob. He worked with lots and lots and lots of mobsters. His hotels were like all of this stuff. His name was Teflon Don, guys, because the charges never stuck. By the way, good riddance, as so did Bridget Bardette. I don't even know who the fuck. Because she's French. I don't care. But yeah, fuck her.
Их переведут вместе с Пэм Бонди. Кэш будут ловить, Бонди осуждать. А девочка наша? Какая из? Ну там все.
Tulsi. I know you're going to talk about Tulsi. Yes!
Ну нет, это не... Мы уже сейчас...
Yup! Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence as well. Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, all of these people being glazed and talked about how it's funny that they own them on Russian state media. Oh fuck, I remembered Russia 1 from like 5 years ago before they got banned from Western platforms. Pure government propaganda trash. And that's literally, yeah. And so like this is them bragging about owning the US government. Again, it's not them that owns the US government. We are thinking too small. The governments above them exist the corpos. And above them exists the corpo lords. We are already in neo-feudalism. Now, on top of that, we're talking about Trump has another call with Putin after the meeting with Zelensky, pretending that, like, I don't know. He literally said, where's the words here? Hold on. The man said that Russia wants what's best for Ukraine. Fucking wild. I guess I don't have the link. Only MAGA does not know that Trump is mobbed up. It's so insane to me that so many people don't know this. Visora was making a joke about how he listens to the net input. Makes sense. Only MAGA does not know. She was a famous actress through her heyday in the 1960s and 70s. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Alright, so they're moving forward with Gaza's 2.0, like part 2 of their plan, which they published, which is horrible.
Talk about that.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Mr. President, did you have a message for the Prime Minister about the West Bank? And are you at all concerned that settler violence, Israeli settler violence, could be undermining the peace plan?
Well, we have had a discussion, big discussion, for a long time on the West Bank, and I wouldn't say we agree on the...
Guys, it's adapt or die. Hybrid Ethan is right. You're already in the New World Order. Adapt. Stop relying on things. Like... You are dependent on specific tech. You are dependent on specific functionality. All of it is provided by capital, and all of it can be taken away from you or threatened to be taken away from you. If you don't have money, start saving. It's not possible for, like, I work for free. I lost $12,000 last year, and how much money I spent to do this. I didn't make anywhere near that much money. That is my net loss. After all of the money I made this year, I lost $12,000. I am, if you want to donate, I mean, Twitch has 5 subs for 35% off. So, you know, if you want to support your streamers, which you definitely should, you could also donate to me officially through this link, which means that Twitch and YouTube won't take half the cut. And make sure you join the Discord. And also, like the stream on YouTube, please. It definitely helps. Trump is just so senile. Trump doesn't matter. Like, Trump is just the guy. He's the face. But he says the things that matter.
West Bank 100%, but we talk about that.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Mr. President, did you have a message for the Prime Minister about the West Bank? And are you at all concerned that settler violence, Israeli settler violence, could be undermining the peace plan?
Well, we have had a discussion, big discussion, for a long time on the West Bank, and I wouldn't say we...
Yep, alright, Cookie. I got unbanned after like 2 days. They still don't know what they banned me for.
We agree on the West Bank 100%, but we will come to a conclusion on the West Bank.
If I could ask, what is the disagreement?
Well, I don't want to do that. It'll be announced at an appropriate time, but he will do the right thing. I know that.
It's bad, guys. It's really bad.
Opportunity presents itself, but we're helping the people of Gaza a lot. So is Israel, by the way.
We're helping the people of Gaza, and so is Israel. That's what he's saying.
So we'll see what happens. But I saw that opportunity presents itself. But
President, are you concerned that Israel is not moving quickly enough to phase 2 of the peace plan?
Well, I'm not concerned about anything that Israel's doing. I'm concerned about what other people are doing or maybe aren't doing. But I'm not concerned. They've lived up to the plan. They're strong, they're solid, and sometimes they don't.
I've seen reports that are unconfirmed that China has stated that if Israel breaks the ceasefire that they will respond, but I haven't seen that anywhere that I can confirm it.
I don't understand when somebody violates something that you want to give them a second chance. Well, we'll give them a couple of second chances, but no, Israel's lived up to the plan 100%.
President, are you...
Yeah, not a theory, Nadia. You are correct. That is what's happening here. That's been what's happening here. You guys understand that the ballroom is also like part of the dementia thing? Because you need someone to like... Usually, like, if you have Alzheimer's, like, they give you adult coloring books and shit. He needs something to, like, make his mind work with. He's enjoying the ballroom. Now, they're using it for other shit, too. But, like, it's... Part of it is he just gets to have fun with a coloring book because he's senile and dying. The man has 3 to 5 months left. Which is not good, because I don't want him to die. I would rather have Donald Trump continue on for 10 more years than us going to a Democrat or to J.D. Vance. Dead serious.
Yes.
Mr. President, are you concerned that Israel is not moving?
Sorry, we watched that one already and I forgot. Now, let's move on. I do have a longer video that if we have some time I would like to watch with you all, but we'll see how that goes. Now let me see. Ah, yes, we had this as well. These are important. So, Greece, Cyprus, and Israel signed a trilateral deal. So, Greece and Cyprus are much closer with Israel now.
Rather than distancing itself from the Israeli state, which stands accused of committing genocide in Palestine's Gaza, Greece is cozying up even closer to Tel Aviv. Since Israel launched its war on the enclave in October 2023,
oh, I fully believe he gave Bill Clinton head.
Both Greece and Greek-administered Cyprus have deepened their relationship with Israel across diplomatic, military, and economic fronts, positioning themselves as some of Israel's closest partners in Europe. Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis was among the first world leaders to rush to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's side after October 7, publicly declaring Greece a true friend and ally of Israel. That political backing has not only grown over the past 2 years, but has also helped blunt European Union efforts to impose meaningful consequences on Israel for the...
Yeah, there's no consequences for Israel coming. Like, it's just they have completed their genocide functionally, and they are now building on top of it. We just watched that happen. Oh, by the way, 9 arrests after Italy finds alleged Hamas funding. These are non-profit charities. This also comes from America declaring foreign terrorist organizations like Antifa in Italy, Greece, and Germany. which specifically is going to go after anyone with a left-wing view. They're debanking them. This is going to happen to us in about 6 months, tops. I actually think late January, early February. I refused, like, you would need to show me actual evidence for me to believe that this was not just giving aid to Palestinians. Yup, this is just literally... Sorry, cat wants to play. She's being annoying. But yeah, this is literally just making it so that, like, you are now a terrorist just for being, I don't know, anti-genocide. Come on. Run for it. Do it on the camera. Come on. A little bit further, buddy. Hang up. No sound in that video at all? Like, we watched like a minute of it and you guys just said no sound now? Damn. Alright, well, functionally, they stole their money. They stole like $8 million from them. These were charities. They denied having any, like, connection to Hamas. But it does not matter. Oh, by the way, while on Germany, here's a German journalist that was detained aboard the Freedom Flotilla ship Conscience and accused Israeli prison authorities of raping her in custody. We were transferred from one prison to another, and during the strip searches, I was raped, she says. Shocking, considering Israel literally had a Jan 6 moment because they were mad that soldiers got arrested for raping detainees in their concentration camp. But Greta is an international hero. Peter Thiel calls her the Antichrist. So, you know, very funny. Alright, hold on. Because we have a few things that I want to show you. But I need to figure out which of these I actually want to show you. Because we're headed in a dark direction. Maybe not that one. Not that one. Alright, let's start with this one.
And politics in general. Now, what if I told you that the US military buildup off the coast of...
She was too famous to get raped, but, like, they also abused her and they abused a French MP as well.
Of war. And while the art of war is best known for, well, actual warfare, many of its lessons have been applied to negotiations, diplomacy, and politics in general. Now, what if I told you that the US military buildup off the coast of Venezuela is an implementation of this very lesson, a strategic performance of strength at a time when much of the world perceives the US to be in decline, with the rise of China on the global stage?
I haven't been calling it the new dark age for nothing. God, I love when people are actually correct. Had to come back to make this comment. So the Antichrist is genuinely the most genuine human on Earth, and the Antichrist tracks with the Antichrist behavior. Yes, like Peter Thiel, 1-to-1 fits with the depiction of the Antichrist, and is also calling one of the nicest people on the planet the Antichrist, which also fits with that. Kitty's name is Poppy. That's my ex's nickname for me. I feel strangely honored. I mean, this was my friend's cat that I adopted, and she's very sweet. But yeah, she's still, like, getting used to being here. She's fine when I'm not at work. She hates when I sit at the computer because I don't give her attention. Anyway.
The failure of NATO to defeat Russia in Ukraine, the inability to destroy the Islamic Revolution in Iran, the challenge of defeating Hamas in the besieged Gaza Strip, and the rapid inflation of the dollar. The American empire has never appeared weaker, regardless of the fact that most of its military strength remains intact, and that its GDP is still the highest in the world. The perception held by many is that the US is an empire in decline, and that,
mind you, we've already been reduced like for our credit rating.
That its fall is only a matter of time. And this perception isn't just felt internationally, it's felt domestically by Americans as well. This overall feeling of decline is what led to the election of Donald Trump, who ran on a very simple message: make America great again. The message itself implies that America is no longer great, and the people desperately want it to be so.
We will take back our country and we will make
I love how they did literally the opposite of everything. The thing is, they're trying to controlled crash this.
America great again.
Ever since Trump's re-election a year ago, the US has been desperately trying to reassert itself all around the world. In his first 6 months in office, Trump joined Israel in bombing Iran, escalated tensions with Russia by continuing to arm Ukraine.
True, that's my name, Bozo, but like, the way they mean it never existed. Yeah, just comically evil. You're not wrong. Like, the thing is, the Second Republic was not that way. It was the First Republic. We fought a war to stop all that evil shit, and then we did liberalism, which then turned into more evil shit. Sweet, I'm catching you stream. I hope things have been relatively well for you. Thanks, O2 Grimy. I'm doing great. Got a little kitty to play with as well. Oh my god, literally took it out of my hand. But it's bad. And to be clear, Donald Trump, personality-wise, acts like George Washington. Like, this is literally founding father shit. We fought a war to get away from that. That's what the Civil War was. They wanted all the evil shit, and we didn't.
Sanctioned half of the planet, threatened to annex both Canada and Greenland, and renamed the Department of Defense to the War Department. All of this is connected to Trump's campaign promise to make America great again. But this is more than just propaganda for a domestic audience of idiot plebs. It's also an attempt to remind the world who's actually in charge. In its latest effort to flex its strength, the US
The Revolutionary War was a different war. I'm talking about the Civil War. The Revolutionary War created the First Republic. Then we had the Civil War, and then we lived in the Second Republic until Trump came and destroyed it.
Has set its sights on its South American enemy, Venezuela. The US has amassed a massive naval fleet off Venezuela's coast and has implemented a no-fly zone over the country. All things point towards a major
These are all acts of war, mind you.
US attack on the country. So the question currently on everyone's mind, is Trump actually serious about going to war with Venezuela?
Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. There is no other option.
In this video, we will explore the US regime change plans for Venezuela and reveal what's at stake for the American empire. Because this isn't just another regime change operation by the United States. This is do or die for the American empire. Because the US finds itself in a rapidly evolving global economic system that it created but has already started leaving it behind. So this isn't business as usual for the military-industrial complex or the Pentagon. This is an operation that could determine the next world superpower for the next century.
Simply, Steve, why are you trying to, why give up? If everything is fucked, and you have nothing to lose, you're just waiting to die, why not get up and do something? That's the thing. I'm waiting for them to come and kill me. But I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing until then. Stop relying on the system, build parallel institutions and functional systems comparatively to the ones that exist, and then use those. Build them locally. Talk to your neighbors. If you need to have food, grow food with your neighbors. If you have trouble paying for an electricity bill, share. Go to one person's house one day, the next person's house the other day. Do all of that stuff. And the Reaper sure is taking this sweet-ass time. Literally just stop trying to die. I mean, you have every right to die if you want to. Personally, I don't care. But I don't see why, in a situation where I'm literally just waiting to die, that I wouldn't act out. Like, why not? America occasionally just walks off a ledge and unilaterally starts doing illegal shit and the world just watches. That's kind of what happens when you're the hegemon. Don't let Israel outlive you. The sense of prefix anti and antichrist the same as anti-pope. It's not like blood red, goat horned, goat hooved, spade tipped tail thing contrasts the white. Yeah, look, I mean, again, it doesn't matter what the fundamentals of that are. Like, they're a death cult. Neighbors think people like me don't have a right to exist. They say that online. Go talk to them in person, and they might not. And go lie to them. Lie to them, simply, Steve. Manipulate them. Use the brainwashing tricks that are used against you against them. And then make them like you. It's not difficult. Like, they're all very dumb. You can train them pretty easily. Like, sure, they don't think that people like you have a right to exist. You are better than them in every way. You are smarter than them. You are more capable of them. Brainwash them. Manipulate them. Use the bad tactics for good instead of bad. If a bully corners you, you do resign to being cornered, or do you make the bully have the toughest time? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's literally Taiwan. Because they're waiting for China to invade. And what are they doing? They're making it as spiky as they can. Like, they just want it to hurt as much as possible. Damn, I missed that redacted message. What's up, Christopher Tablante? The part, remember, about Antichrist is even stating the echelon. Yeah, I don't even know what those words are. Sorry. I don't know what you said, Jet, that got censored.
Whenever the US prepares for war or regime change, whether it's Iraq, Libya, Iran, and now Venezuela, the first strikes are always in the information space. The articles come before the airstrikes. Headlines propagandize the public, frame the narrative, and manufacture.
Like, they're doing this in Minnesota right now. Like, they're just making up lies about Somalis. It's the same thing. It is manufacturing consent because their private, internal, like, Wagner Group military, ICE, is going to then attack after that. We have two militaries. Again, like, ICE has enough funding that they have more funding than the military budget of, like, Germany.
Consent for whatever follows. To accurately predict which way things are going, I like to expose myself to all the propaganda. I've learned to read between the lines and see the intent behind the article. This is how I was able to predict bias comparison by taking a look is decisive.
Sorry, I'm not watching your ground news ad bit.
Who had access to all of their features.
That was a long ground news bit.
To understand why the US is now threatening war with Venezuela, we first need to explore some basic history. Venezuela is a very unique country in South America. It carries the legacy of Simon Bolivar, the revolutionary who fought to liberate Latin America from European colonial rule. Bolivar did not just want independence for Venezuela. He wanted a united, sovereign South American continent, one strong enough to resist outside empires.
We are going to use this as the propaganda tool and pretend that we are good. ICE has unlimited funding for the next 3 years. That's true. By the way, I have some stuff to show you about them too. It's pretty bad.
Vision alone put Venezuela in ideological conflict with the United States, which has long viewed the Western Hemisphere as its sphere of influence under the Monroe Doctrine, a policy that essentially states this half of the planet belongs to us.
Let's stop here for a second and I'll show you some ICE stuff because it's going to relate. All of this ties in together. I mean, it ties in with what's happening in Europe. It ties in with what's happening in the US. It ties in with what's happening outside the US. Oh, this was fantastic. This is like a horrible person, but I found this hilarious. Quote, "I hate you, at Tucker Carlson. Not because of the skin color, I am much whiter than you." Brilliant minds over on the right over there. Bolivar was an important historical figure and thinker. Yeah, and we're going to lie about what he believed in so that we can do propaganda. But let's see. I got a couple things to show you on ICE today. Holy shit, I have so much. Sorry, I'm just opening a lot of links. Okay. And then these. Yes, these are, I forgot some of these. They're so fucking important. Okay. So here we have ICE detaining a young woman who has come to a courthouse reporting that she has been raped. Like, she showed up at the courthouse, said she was raped, ICE arrested her.
I got him right here.
And he's harassing and assaulting.
Bro, why you grabbing her so fucking tight? You're a big ass fucking man. You can't hold her.
She's a victim of sexual assault, and you're.
She literally came to report a rape, and she's getting this happen to her. And you are right, oh, too grimy.
Arresting her and doing that for her.
Fucking piece of shit, dude. What a piece of shit, dog.
You know what? Actually, I know someone I have to send this one to, so I'm just gonna keep that one open. Yeah, guys, it's bad. Here, a secretive border patrol program is detaining U.S. citizens for suspicious travel. As I said, this is in Project 2025. They are going to make checkpoints at states that are going to have drones, that are going to have ICE, and they're going to check your ID. Literally in Project 2025, it states that they don't want women to be able to cross state lines without a male escort.
Hey, how you doing, brother? Hey.
They're literally doing Christian Sharia law.
My name is Joel. I'm with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. The only reason I'm stopping.
They are going to traffic that woman. I'll get to that next.
When I was watching over there, you were drifting over that fog line pretty hard. I just want to make sure everything's okay. You got your driver's license on you? It's not going to be a ticket. It's going to be a warning. Hey, I'm going to have you step out and sit in my passenger seat while I do your warning, okay? Thanks a lot, man.
The moment he asked me to get out of my vehicle, I knew right away something was fishy about the entire thing. I've been pulled over a few times in my life for speeding tickets, and that was a very unnatural thing to be requested for a warning violation.
Ah, damn it, I was muted. Damn it. Look, yes, this is a program, right? They have the program of these cameras watching you while you're driving. They also have the flock cameras everywhere. They see everything that you're doing. The flock cameras, mind you, there was a recent story that broke where you could just sign into them. There's no password. You can just go online and watch a playground through a flock camera. Insane. But I've also showed that they can track your license plate, where you're going, where you came from, who you're meeting up with, all of that, like, from their satellites. Like, that is the case. You cannot move without being monitored. You order an Uber, your bank account ties to that Uber, ties to your identity, you are in that Uber, they are aware of that, they track that Uber. If you get in your friend's car, well, they're looking at that. They're looking at your house to see you, in some cases, if you're important enough.
Do you have anything in your vehicle that you're not supposed to have? Okay. All right. Would you allow me to search your vehicle?
Or not.
Okay.
Got pulled over for a speeding ticket and they want to search him. Sounds like they have indefinite power. Nice. Yes, they do, actually.
So, what else?
Let's keep going. Federal immigration raids begin in Minneapolis and New Orleans.
Morgan, immigration raids are taking place in Louisiana and Minnesota today. The Department of Homeland Security says it is targeting, quote, criminal illegal aliens in New Orleans. In the Twin Cities, senior law enforcement officials confirmed
there is no criminal illegal aliens. They're going after Somalis, which is like 90,000 people in the entire country, and they are, like, they're fine. It's literally just racism, and they hate Tim Walz, and they like to lie. Look, Minnesota was promised to the Somali people 3,000 years ago. I don't tolerate anti-Somalites.
ICE agents are on the ground for an apparent large-scale operation that may include the arrest of some Somalis who are allegedly in violation of the law. Now, the raids come after President Trump blasted Somalians in that state during a cabinet meeting yesterday. Take a listen.
I want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country.
Well, there you go. That's the real reason for it. That explains why car dealers don't meet up car to car anymore. It's always park 2 blocks away on a different street and walk to a vetted spot. Basically, yeah. Minas Somalia. True. I didn't realize you're not a mod yet. Hold on, though. Here we go. Everyone should be a mod. And yes, Minas Somalia was promised. Alright, so here we go. Let's look at ICE broke into a home in Burnsville, Minnesota without a warrant, tore through the rooms, broke doors, and detained a family at gunpoint and confiscated their phones. All 4 were U.S. citizens.
Movement on this window right here.
Ring camera footage captured the moment more than a dozen ICE agents raided this Burnsville home.
They break in this one.
Angel Alvarado says
they force it.
4 of his family members were upstairs.
They were hiding here.
Nomás lo golpearon la puerta hasta abrirla.
Sofia Alvarado does not want her face shown, but says her husband owns the home. She says she and the 3 others upstairs were eventually able to prove they're U.S. citizens.
They all were.
These ICE Watch segments are very important. Yeah, look, guys, I have videos on this. I interviewed Buncor, who is a JD in constitutional law, literally like the highest fucking qualification you can have for that, from Harvard, mind you, talking about how the law will not protect you. You know what they're doing now?
It was scary, crying, and knowing what's happened, they were pointing with the gun.
They'll walk into your house, they'll tear your doors down, they'll arrest you at gunpoint, even if you're a U.S. citizen. What are they going to do with you?
This morning, we're following new details on...
God damn it, I was muted again. Was I muted that time? I think the cat hit the button.
...measures the Trump administration is reportedly exploring as it seeks to ramp up its sweeping deportation policy. According to new documents reviewed by the Washington Post, that includes a new plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. The Post cited an apparent ICE document as describing this as setting a...
Guys, warehouses are not meant for humans. These are warehouses meant for goods that are getting shipped. They have poor insulation, they have no facilities. They want to build these warehouses near major train lines, train hubs. These are part of, like, this is the camp you get to, and then they decide whether you go to the death camp or the work camp.
Feeder system where newly arrested detainees would be booked into processing sites before being funneled into one of the 7 large-scale warehouses that hold up to 10,000 people each. Detainees would then be staged for deportation. According to the Post, a DHS spokeswoman said that she cannot confirm the reporting and she declined to answer questions.
They have talked about this openly. Are those all red states? I don't know, and I don't think it matters. They're just states, like, these are where they're close to main, like, train hubs. That's the goal. And no, it's not all red states. Mostly. But like New England and all that. It's just near the trains. We're doing the Nazi thing. I like how Hawaii and Alaska area on the map, even there's no dot. Well, Hawaii is where they're doing the Neuralink human testing, as I've laid out. So, you know, Hawaii's detention center is not where you want to go. You also don't want to go to Colorado. Oh my goodness, thank you. Hold on. Can you read that? Christopher DeBlante, the prophecy foretold that once the Somalians return to the promised land of Minnesota, the Messiah El Habibi shall be born and expel fascist capitalism from the USA, be deposing the billionaire class. True and based. El Habibi, where are you? We need El Habibi. They chose that word for a reason. This is so fucked. They're abducting and trafficking like it's... Well, you know, like, they're literally doing that, by the way. Tiny nation of Palau, where 2 seasons of Survivor were filmed, agreed to take 75 migrants for $7.5 million. They have not been charged with any crimes and will be put to work to fill labor shortages. There's a word for that, right? When you get arrested and you've done nothing wrong, and then you get sold to another country to go work in that country. What's the word for that, guys? I feel like maybe slavery? Yeah. Like, we're just selling people now. Praise El Habibi. True. Oopsie. The Guardian, tiny Pacific nation of Palau take migrants from the U.S. in return for aid. We are giving them people to put to work, and they are paying us for it. This is literally like international slave trade. It's human trafficking, but it's literally the slave trade. Like, I need you guys to understand where the fuck we are. ICE deported a U.S. citizen born in Maryland after her lawyer provided her birth certificate and hospital records, and in defiance of a judge's explicit order blocking her removal. They don't care about the law. They are arresting people at their naturalization ceremonies, trading them for their monetary value. It's a slave trade. It's a literal slave trade, yes.
They took people from their oath-swearing ceremonies in Boston on Thursday. A group of immigrants showed up to Faneuil Hall to swear their oaths to become American citizens. You know that last step that you take when you do everything the right way, when you fill out all the papers and you pass the tests and the vetting and you pay all the money and you wait all that time and you go and you swear and you become a citizen?
I had to do this. I was in high school when I became a citizen.
They showed up for that. And they were asked, they asked them, what country are you from? And picked them out of line based on what country they were from. Because a few countries they have just decided no longer are allowed to come here anymore. So these people, one of them, a Haitian woman who's been here for 20 years.
Yeah, Nadia, if they try and take me back to America, I will literally die first. But also, Australia's kind of fucked. I need to talk about this tomorrow, even though it's New Year's Eve tomorrow. But Australia's gotten really, really bad after Bondi, like really quickly. Oh, by the way, here's a quote from ICE acting director Todd M. Lyons, where he said in April, according to the Arizona Mirror, that the administration's goal, he said, was to deport immigrants as efficiently as Amazon moves packages, like Prime, but with human beings. That's the acting ICE director's own words. Oh, by the way, ICE is pretending to be construction workers and student drivers.
That truck with Vermont plates, of all states, came in, and I noticed that on the dash there was a white hard hat and a neon yellow safety vest. And it also had a student driver sticker.
ICE agents are disguising themselves as construction workers as a way to try and throw off the scent of people who do.
It's worse than that. We're not going to watch this whole video. If you want it, here is the link. Hold on. But that's not the link. That's just a link to YouTube. Oopsie. Tried to cut out the goddamn tracking. There we go. I'm not imagining a half Latino, half Arab child with they/them pronouns born into intro-virgin birth from a couple transgender beard couple with the eldritch cosmic powers of Mary Sue. I think that sounds based and red-pilled. Oh, by the way, here's ICE shooting somebody.
Okay.
Thankfully, I can show this on stream.
Yeah.
A federal judge dismissed the indictment against TikTok streamer shot by ICE earlier this year. They shot him, and then they indicted and arrested him for committing a crime after they shot him.
Block him, block him, block him.
I'm gonna break the window.
I need you to understand that this is just how they act. Like, this is what you, this is them on their best behavior, mind you, as we've talked about. Like, what you see on camera is them on their best behavior. They don't like to get filmed driving over a man's knees while he's kneeled down in an armored jeep. They're terrorists? They are literally terrorists, yes.
Bájate! Hey!
They will shoot you and then prosecute you, yes.
Hey! Hey! Párate!
Bájate. Bájate.
Bájate!
Hermano.
Sorry. Goddamn, I'm bad at that today. Look, the car. They want this man out of this car. Yes? They break his window. They deploy the smoke. Why did they deploy the smoke, guys? Why? If you want to get a man out of a car, do you need smoke grenades? No. If you want to make the situation less clear, more foggy, difficult to comprehend exactly what's happening, and then you can shoot them and then claim that you were afraid for your own safety. To cover up their BS? Exactly. Shit, I honestly didn't know until now that they called Minnesota it's Orlov de Landet, the promised land? I did not know that. Wait, did they deploy smoke? I thought that... No, they did. They deployed smoke. Here.
I'm gonna break the window.
Break it.
Hey! Bájate! Hey!
See, there's no smoke coming out of the car tires, but, like, he's not revving.
Hey! Hey! Párate!
You see, that was them deploying smoke.
Hey! Hey! Párate!
I actually see the guy who did it. It's this one. That guy right there, he had the smoke grenade. He did it. It's specifically to make things less clear, and then they could shoot somebody and they can say it was self-defense. And again, don't forget, we have the camps here. But again, let me ask you a question. What is currently being built in Utah? Let me ask you another question. If NSPM 7 says everyone who's not an outright Nazi is a terrorist, but they won't tell us what NSPM 6 is, what do you think they're not willing to say when they can say everyone who's not outright a Nazi is a terrorist? They're happy to say that. What are they not saying? Take NSPM 6 and NSPM 7, flip them around. And then think about these camps, think about Utah, think about how they declared fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction, where they can just plant some on you and the mandatory penalty is death for smuggling weapons of mass destruction. They can lie because no one's checking. Like, yeah, no, we're here, guys. I haven't looked into the NSPM stuff much yet. Oh my goodness. Well, here, let me show you NSPM 7, because this is important. Where's Ken Klippenstein's article? Here we go. If you fall into any of these categories, you are a terrorist. Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, meaning immigrants have rights, extremism on race, you don't think that white people are superior, extremism on gender, trans people have a right to exist, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, if you're gay, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, if you are not a evangelical Christian in the death cult, hostility towards those who hold traditional American values on morality. If you think empathy is good, then you are a terrorist. That they're already throwing us in ovens without bothering the gas first? They are. But also, we have gas chambers. Like, I haven't heard them being used yet, but like, I remember last year we had a guy in Alabama who got his execution through that. Yeah, wow, I'm 10 for 10. I wouldn't say that online, but here's an SPM 7 if you want to take a read for yourself. Go look up an SPM 6. It's still classified. Hold on, maybe I have an SPM 6. Maybe not. No, no, never mind. I don't have it. Sorry, guys. But here is the actual NSPM video. Never happened. Yeah, fair enough. Never happened. So, that's pretty bad, guys. There's an old TV series on the topic, an anthem, a musical with some beautiful songs. Sounds nice. Sounds nicer than what we're looking at.
I'm sorry, ICE wants to take people from processing sites, aka transit camps, where they will stay for a few weeks before being funneled into one of...
They don't have to declare martial law. Martial law is already in effect. I said this a while ago. They passed 2 executive orders that functionally created martial law.
7 large-scale warehouses, aka you fill in the blanks if you paid attention in history class, and these large-scale warehouses will be located near major logistics hubs, aka railways.
That's because they're trying to genocide queer people, Christopher Devlante.
We are not mad enough. For those of you who saw pictures of what happened 80 years ago and it said, why did they let that happen? Or we would never let that happen here. You better get real specific about what that is. Because that...
Motherfuckers, it has been happening here for a year now. I have said everything that's going to happen a year ago, and I have been correct on every single point. Did I spell that right? I don't feel like Googling. Yes, you did.
And subsequent justification of abuse and inhumane treatment because people belong to a group that you've decided don't belong anymore. Industrial warehouses are not designed to house human beings. They are designed to house non-human objects. They lack in ventilation, they lack sanitation, they lack plumbing for thousands of people. Oh, but ICE is heavily modifying them so that humans can live there. And they're even going to have a special part of the camp. Oh, I'm sorry, processing center for families. Huh, I wonder where we saw that before.
Yep. Guys, it's not good. It's not good at all. This is worse.
ICE is using Tinder and dating apps. There's a girl in Colombia who's been missing 24 hours. She went on a date. This is not okay, okay? They're literally asking, where are you from?
The right-wing tactic is rebranding their ideology by calling it ours without using the specific words. They are trying to propagandize as if they want to do socialism. Because they're National Socialists. They are Nazis.
You're so pretty, and using that to arrest you.
This feels like an excellent opportunity to tell y'all the story of Freddie Overstegen, a Dutch femme fatale who, along with her sister Truus and their friend Hanny, would lure occupying German soldiers into the woods, where they would subsequently take care of business permanently. Freddie first joined the Dutch resistance when she was 14. Freddie and her sister Truus, who was 16, originally focused on structural sabotage, sneaking dynamite and other explosives onto important bridges.
These women are fucking based.
Other infrastructure that was important to the occupying Germans. But it didn't take long for the sisters to graduate into much riskier and much more badass actions. Freddie and Truus, along with their friend Hanny, would venture out to local bars where they would strike up conversation with German officers and Dutch collaborators. Once they had an officer adequately hooked, they would suggest a romantic stroll in the woods under the pretense of, you know, the officer getting a piece of ass. Unfortunately for those officers, in this instance, ass was short for assassination. The girls would even make sure that they had dug holes in the woods in advance so they could just quickly roll the bodies into them when they were done with their little romantic tryst. We don't know exactly how many German soldiers and Dutch collaborators the girls managed to take out, Beyond simply knowing that the figure was a lot, Freddie and her sister even conducted drive-by shootings of German soldiers while on bicycles. One sister would steer the bike while the other would perch on the back wheel with the gun. And remember, these girls were 14 and 16. Unfortunately, just 18 short days before their country's liberation, Hanny was captured and executed by German soldiers after one of them recognized the roots of her very distinctive red hair. But Hanny went out like a real G. Legend has it that the executioner missed on the first shot, and Hanny's final words were to taunt him, saying, "I'm a better shot." Now, you might be wondering, why am
God, like, role models, guys.
I telling you Freddie's story in response to the news that ICE are using dating apps to lure women they think might not be citizens? No reason at all, other than to say this. Ladies, I guarantee you're a better shot.
Dating apps are massively dangerous, by the way. Like, you can track somebody's location pretty easily by using them. Don't use them. Oh, by the way, in Minnesota, the Nazis are going door to door. DHS on the ground in Minneapolis going door to door at suspected fraud sites. They're not even supposed to be, I mean, that's why it's HSI and not ICE, actually. They're allowed to. So, you know, pretty bad. New camps, also pretty bad. Hold on. I should have another thing on this. No, not that one. We've already seen that one. Oh, by the way, like, ICE detainees are dying. If you're interested, go check out my YouTube where I talk about how they're doing illegal human experimentation, like medical surgeries on ICE detainees in Hawaii. Here is the homeless camp that's being built in Utah.
Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Like I say, I want to welcome Jesse Rabinet's community.
Largely stem from a billionaire-backed right-wing think tank called the Cicero Institute, which was founded by Palantir CEO Joe Lonsdale. And the Cicero Institute has been moderately effective in passing anti-homeless laws at the state level, including in Utah. So Utah has
The Utah homeless camp is the first death camp.
law on the books, thanks to these billionaires, that says it is illegal to sleep outside. So now what Utah is going to do is say your choice is either to go to jail or your choice is to go to a detention camp in the middle of nowhere. Those aren't real choices, and they don't solve homelessness. They make homelessness worse.
I literally said this was going to happen. Trump said this was going to happen. It's in the project. They are building homeless camps. They said that there are going to be doctors and stuff there. You get to go to the camp and you are never seen again. They see homeless people as trash. What do you think they're going to do? Now, they're going to put you in the processing camp first. They're going to see whether you can work, whether you're, you know, worth selling to slavery, or whether you should be, you know, put to work as a slave in America, or whether you should be put to death. That's what the processing center is for. It's to decide, do we sell you, do we keep you, or do we kill you? That org is responsible for pushing a bunch of anti-homeless laws in basically every state. Yep, they're functionally the ones responsible for the attempted genocide of homeless people at the moment. So let's keep watching about the fall of the U.S. empire.
Now, combine that historical and political legacy with Venezuela's vast amount of natural resources. Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves.
Wait, no, this is too early in the video. I don't care about this part. I want to see the international side of it because this is what matters here. Why we're doing all of this. Bobby, will you stop knocking shit off?
known as the oil glut of the 1980s, where global oil supply far exceeded the demand, causing prices to collapse to record lows. Because the
Which is
vast
happening
majority
now.
of Venezuela's national revenue came from these oil exports, and because most of these profits flowed into the hands of a collaborating elite, the country was completely unprepared for the fallout of the oil price crash. The enormous profits from oil exports in the 1970s convinced the political elite that Venezuela could take on massive loans without consequence, the assumption being that the oil revenue would always be there to pay them back. But when oil prices collapsed in the 1980s, the Venezuelan government found itself in a predicament.
How many wars will we wage? How many do we need? Endless war. Endless war. We bombed Nigeria on Christmas. We're gonna bomb Iran again. We are helping Turkey and Syria commit genocide and war crimes in Syria. We are going to attack Venezuela again. We already bombed them. And then we are going to attack Canada and Denmark. And possibly, like, the EU, really. So, you know, ongoing.
We were now facing a severe budget deficit, runaway inflation, and a rapidly accelerating debt spiral where new loans had to be taken to pay off the old loans. At the time, Venezuela had international reserves of $300 million and a debt of $34 billion, with a poverty rate of 70%. It was a complete shit show. The Venezuelan government was trapped between the need to modernize their economy and pull their people out of poverty, while also addressing
We don't learn, we destroy the world, and we make it a worse place. Well, I mean, that's what we've been talking about, how the U.S. is run by Deus Vult. Yeah, literally, it's a death cult.
the debt crisis before it could further spiral out of control. International lenders like the IMF and World Bank offered to step in with even more loans, but on the condition that the government liberalize the economy and implement austerity measures. Simply
read the shock doctrine. Literally, it will explain all of what's going on to you. What is being done to us is the shock doctrine. That is how you get here.
put, austerity is when governments slash spending by reducing or outright cutting budgets for public services and subsidies. This is done either to balance the budget or to pay off the interest-bearing.
You know what, oopsie. I realized I don't care. Let's talk about this one.
Come on, dude. We're moving toward one of two endpoints. One is a totalitarian society, or we're going to have a revolution.
Every great...
He's not wrong. Because the right is the one that wants the revolution. See, what you don't understand is that there is a movement on the right now who hate MAGA, who hate Trump. They don't care about any of this. They want to go in through it and take over. I choose not to fucking care about anything unrelated to my existence. Goddamn, why is it so much has to relate to my existence? Oh, speaking of relating to your existence, here's a link for you, Vuncor. I don't know if you can do anything with it, but, you know. There's a plea for help on the monitor. I figured I'd send it to you. These lazy bastards are destroying the world. I really want a new generation to rule America. You're fucked, mate. Like, America is falling. America is a dying empire. And it's going to get significantly worse before it gets better. Again, they're currently building the death camps right now. They are going to crash the economy, as we talked about earlier. It is on purpose. I feel like I want to do something positive. You guys want to, we got choices. Alright. We can talk about Italy's radical solution to extreme inequality, or how the world changed in 2025 viewed from satellites. Both of these are very interesting. They're also very sad in some cases. The Italy one I really like. Oh, she's gone. Well, yeah, sorry. Oopsie. That's fucked. Did you see the ice videos I've been showing? Were you here for that? Because it's really bad right now. They cannot speak rationally without destroying or making other... They're literally demons, man. Like, they're literal demons. Yeah, my mom came back to the USA from the Philippines. She was delighted and commented that there was no more homeless encampment, only to be horrified when I showed her the Trump admin's new initiative. I am unapologetically bigoted towards anyone seriously goes around proudly saying Dea's fault. You know, those, I would absolutely be bigoted towards them. But those people are very, very stupid. Done with dinner? Did I miss a troll being driven off? No. No, you did not. Guys, do you want to look at good society foundations in Italy that are being built outside of the system, or do you want to look at how the world changed from satellites this year? Because both of those are very interesting. I heard them. I was busy buying every hotel room in the entire building next to where ICE is held up for the night. I did not see them. You are a goddamn American hero. If we make it through this, you get a statue, Buncor. Like, genuinely. You deserve one. And again, guys, just to remember, we are now, the United States is now part of the international slave trade, openly. We are selling non-criminal people to another country to put them to work. Again, they have not been charged with crimes and we put to work filling labor shortages. They kick 75 migrants for $7.5 million. We sold these people. That's what's going to happen to you if you're lucky. Let's take a look at shit, this is dark. All right, let's do this. This is important. Here's the world from above. I'm trying to imagine the worst possible images from the satellite video, and I'm scared it's gonna. Yeah, well, we're about to watch a satellite video. Funny enough, there's an Italian YouTuber who calls Metatron who goes around saying Dea's fault. Redact that person. Slavery is bad and these Christians will defend it. They're not Christians. Just like Israelis aren't Jewish. Well, there were wars that cannot be avoided, but we can limit unnecessary war. You don't have to do a lot of the war. Most war can be avoided. And, like, we destroyed Afghanistan and Iraq because of it. We've been working towards this for decades. Do you guys not understand that the goal here has existed for decades? Like, Homeland Security as an organization was created after 9/11 specifically to do what ICE is doing now. We wanted to do the Nazi stuff
the scars
way back, but we couldn't because the public was not, they were not easily Nazified at the time. I've talked about this. I think like Eminem has a really big influence there because he was seen as like a bad person. He was constantly in court, but he gave young white boys a way to be an asshole without doing Nazism, and also was a counterculture rebel, and so it made it difficult to radicalize all the white boys into Nazism. And so we're doing it now.
Seen from above, the world events, natural phenomena and armed conflicts of 2025 take on a new perspective.
Enough means enough. I can no longer tolerate this nonsense reality. You don't have to. Literally, it doesn't bother me. I have separated myself from this. This is zombies. These are all zombies to me. This is why I have that tier list. The general public are zombies. The enforcers are ghouls. The media are liches. And then the demons run the show. Well, actually, the demons run the show, but there's vampires above the demons who are also demonic and, you know. Eminem gets a pass because he bought Elton John a cock ring, W ally. Yeah, like, he's based. And he also fucking hates these people. So, like, Eminem W.
Cameras and instruments on board satellites can now peer closer and reveal more than ever before. Measuring pollution, heat, moisture, all...
What are demons for our side called? I've been thinking about that because, like, we do have some demons on our side, but, like, they're working for good. It's like Good Omen shit. God, that show was good. Fuck Neil Gaiman, though.
Or just taking crystal clear, high-definition images. ...2024 was the warmest year across the globe on record. By early January 2025, Los Angeles County has had almost no rain for months, and the dry Santa Ana winds are blowing hard.
Fire and emergency services are already on.
I would go with angels, but angels don't have the, like, cultural association with, like, demon killers. Like, they think that they're peaceful and shit.
On high alert, but what comes next shocks everyone.
On January the 7th, satellite images capture the first plumes of smoke coming from the hills above LA. This is the Palisades fire, and by the evening the Eaton
I can see why you thought this was GTA 5.
fire is also burning.
Tieflings! The people, the demons on our side are tieflings. I like that, Kalia.
Out of control. Before and after satellite imagery of the Altadena and Pacific Palisades neighborhoods
that's bad.
paints a picture of total destruction. Over 18,000 homes and structures are damaged or destroyed, and an estimated 440 lives are lost. These are just some of the so-called miracle homes to survive, while all around is reduced to dust.
They lie, because it's not even benefiting America, Riser. It benefits the people who own everything. Like, again, the problem is not the politicians. The politicians are nothing. It is the corpos. Whoa. Okay, that's just a giant list of moderators. I thought I was trying to mod you. God damn it. Can somebody mod Riser?
Satellites using false color infrared to detect moisture show the extent of the fires. Burned areas appear in brown or green shades. Vegetation is red.
There's a reason why Curtis Yarvin fucked off out of America. It's okay, I did it. I don't know why you don't, because you should have a managing mod position, Buncor.
January, instruments on board satellites detect drought conditions worldwide, including here in Malawi.
Let's skip over to some people,
Bridges.
because we got some interesting stuff.
And thousands of boats. Over the course of the 45-day festival, an estimated 663 million people attend. By bathing in the rivers, pilgrims hope to cleanse sins and liberate themselves from the cycle of reincarnation.
No, Christopher DeBlante, that is half of it. But the other half is they want to make a magic spell to bring Jesus back. Like, I'm not kidding. Alright, what happened in April?
Event is slowly taking shape.
Oh yeah, global drought is bad. Also, half of Australia is getting flooded right now.
Heavy rains in Queensland flood towns and
Queensland
farmland.
is flooding right now.
Also give life to a series of waterways that...
Mind you, there is drought in parts of Australia. Queensland is flooding like this. Do you want to know what would fix this? Maybe if we stopped floodplain harvesting. Maybe if private corporations were not allowed to siphon water from the waterways to sell as a speculative commodity. Like, Canada uses its pension fund to buy Australian water as a trading commodity. Because when it rains a little bit, the cost of water goes up. When it rains a lot, it goes down. They hold it. Cubby Station has been in Australia since the 1960s, and it is half owned by Japan and half owned by China. And they, like, siphon so much water that it leaves parts of Australia as a drought where they shouldn't be. Right, Aflac data breach leaks customer SSNs and medical data. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Everything is gonna do that now. There is no getting away from it. Sorry. They're legit trying to kickstart their apocalypse. Yes, they want to do a magic spell. Right now, they're trying to get all the pieces in position.
Slowly carry the floodwaters south, towards the normally dry Katy Thunder Lake Air salt flats. April also marks the start of World Expo in Osaka, Japan.
I don't care about this one. I want to see some of the bad stuff. Oh, that was fun. Well, those who suffer because of their actions are soldiers in their army first. Fuck them. These soldiers suffer from PTSD and depression, and most of them either commit suicide or live homeless. When they come back, they're usually very disillusioned, and they're very helpful to our side. If you see a veteran and he's angry. Point him in the correct direction to be angry. Chat with him for a bit. He's a good person. He wants to do good for the world, generally. Talk to the dude. Fun fact, the Bible straight up says anyone trying to predict Jesus coming back earns a one-way ticket to hell. Jesus also said that no rich people get into heaven. Like, again, they don't listen to Jesus. 100% I love disaffected vets more than anyone else. They're based. You're spitting vital truth. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying. It depends on the person. There's a 50-50 chance they say fuck their service. I say 1090. That's my name, Bozo. Literally most of them are based. They're just pointed in the wrong direction. 10% of them in the hole.
The first few months of 2025 bring little for the Ukrainian army to celebrate. But on the morning of June the 1st, an audacious attack on Russian airfields goes some way to changing that. Waves of attacks by FPV drones armed with explosives and smuggled into trucks are unleashed on bases across the country.
These images show the aftermath of strikes on Belaya and Olenya air bases.
Those were very important Russian planes. That made me happy. Alright, let's have a look at... Okay, that's Iran. Shown that already. That looks bad. That's Gaza.
Into Gaza. The UN says that nearly 1,400 Palestinians have been killed.
The real number is well over 200,000 to 300,000, by the way. I'm sorry I don't talk about them enough. The law is really strict here, and also there is nothing I can do for them. Unfortunately, I've kind of had to accept that they succeeded in their genocide, and I don't really know what else to do with that. I mean, the correct way to take that leadership out of power would have been to do it through the US, but that's not possible anymore. I'm not saying that killing someone is justified, but thinking that... No, I think that there is absolutely cases where killing someone is justified, like self-defense, for example. James G. Watt, Secretary of the Interior under Reagan, infamously said, "When the last tree is felled, Christ will come back." I did not know that, but that makes so much sense and tracks with basically everything. It is pretty fucked. We are living through the fall of a civilization. Let's have a look why.
We live in an age where billionaires dodge their...
Yeah, no, the day we elected Trump, I absolutely certain that we were going to genocide them to completion. Yeah, it's true. They announced part 2 of their plan today. Trump said that Israel and America is helping the Palestinians in Gaza. I think the body count is likely over 1 million, 2 million. There was 2,300,000 Gazans, I believe, at the beginning. So, like, it's not 2 million, but it could be up to 1 million by now.
Taxes, politicians perform instead of govern, and media barons profit from lies and hatred. The Roman elite fiddled while Rome burned. Our elites live stream the fire and monetize the smoke. Immorality and unseriousness. Those are the 2 defining traits of today's leaders. They are not accidental flaws, but the logical outcome of what I call the survival of the shameless. Today, it's not the most capable who rise, but the least scrupulous. Hello, my name is Rutger Bregman, and in my first BBC Reith lecture, called A Time of Monsters, I'm going to talk about the decline, the decadence, and the corruption of our age. And I'll ask, what are we going to do about it?
I'm in so much pain right now, Chris. I would absolutely join you in that. Like probably we were going to either way, but it wasn't a certainty if we had default Zionist Kamala. Kamala could have been moved, yeah. Like, we were probably still going to do it, but like there was pressure that could be applied there. Because Kamala Harris was not going to do ICE. Even children are killed in this horrific manner. This is terrifying. I can't even imagine. Like, they are doing this for fun. They are taking pleasure from this.
As the son of a preacher, I learned long ago that every good sermon consists of 3 parts. Act 1, misery. Act 2, redemption. And Act 3, thankfulness. Now, this is going to be a hopeful series of lectures about the extraordinary era of human history we're living through, about humanity's wild possibilities.
Democrats don't exist. That's my name, Bozo. The Democrats are also this. It is uniparty. There are like 7 Democrats that aren't part of that. The government itself, every single person in the government is a criminal. All of them. All of them. Here. I don't even care. Like, even the ones that I like, put them in a courtroom and make them defend themselves. All of them. Every single one of them. Because I'm tired of this shit. I really, really am. And no, me too, Poppy. Me too.
To every single American that keeps saying, by law, they were required. By law, by law, by law. They were supposed to do this by law. They broke the law. Law. The law doesn't fucking exist. The law doesn't fucking exist in America, everybody. Every single member of the government is a criminal. And we keep expecting the criminals to hold the other criminals accountable. When the fucking dictator in charge can ignore the courts, law doesn't exist. When every system of checks and balances we had fails because nobody's being held accountable, law doesn't exist. Stop screaming about what is legally required. Nobody fucking cares. The only way this stops is if the people listen to the Constitution and overthrow tyranny. Revolution!
It's just that simple. They would have materially don't a little better with the same public pushback. The Dems listen to their consultants, and their consultants have been advising against the entire time. True, exactly. Like they are easy to move because they are they're the corpo like suits. They're not ideologically motivated. They're motivated by money and personal gain. Whereas if you're going to the right, those people are part of a unified goal. They have a thing that they are working towards. It's not just themselves. Polling matters to the Democrats. But yeah, no, Hague, all of them. You know the US has a law called the Invade the Hague Act or something, where if a US person was being tried at the Hague, we would literally invade and destroy everything. Well, what happens in the world, even if they were strange children to you, this is unimaginable to see. Any person would be affected. All of us will be affected. These people aren't people. The right-wingers are not people. They are ghouls. They were people. That's the thing, right? Nobody is born this way. These were people that were killed by the media they consume, and their husk is now being piloted. That is what happened here. Thank you, yeah. Consultants make up their poll numbers for whatever they're doing? No, not necessarily. American Service Members Protection Act? Thank you, Buncor. The consultants are much more complicated. Like, McKinsey and shit are also doing a lot of evil shit. McKinsey, which consults for the Democrats, is currently consulting with China as well on how to defeat America in a war. These people have been responsible for pretty much every bad thing that's ever happened. But they do listen to their consultants, and their consultants are not always, let's do the evil thing, because they're all like Milton Friedman types, you know, they just want money.
And about the power of small groups of dedicated citizens to
Gaza is on Boston Consulting. Yeah, that's the other one. Boston Consultancy Group and McKinsey are the 2 most evil companies in the world right now. A tiefling, I don't know what a tiefling is. You explained it pretty well. They've abdicated their humanity. I thought they were just like a half demon that was born in one of the hells. They know the real numbers, they lie about them. Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
determine our collective destiny. But I'm afraid that in this first lecture,
Riser, they are the criminals. You're asking for the criminals to police the criminals. Why would they do so?
we're going to have to spend most of our time on Act 1, misery. From an early age, I've been fascinated by stories of upheaval and collapse. Growing up in the Netherlands, I was especially gripped by the tales of how our small country was occupied by the Nazis. And I endlessly asked myself, what would I have done? Would I have had the courage to do what's right? As an adult.
Look, I mean, like I showed you that video of those 3 girls who were absolutely fucking based. You do that.
And as a historian, I still ask those questions, and they feel more urgent than ever. I know I have made a name writing hopeful books about the goodness in humanity and the utopias we can build together. But today, it would feel dishonest to begin on an optimistic note. As the Italian philosopher Antonio Gramsci wrote in 1926, scribbling in a notebook from a fascist prison, "The old world is dying, and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters." To grasp the depth of our current misery, I think it helps to start with a classic story of collapse. When the great historian Edward Gibbon described the decline of Rome, he didn't speak in vague abstractions. He gave us names, dates, and details, page after page of cowardice and corruption. Reading the...
Sorry guys, I got a text where someone's trying to like fraud me. Bank's like, is this you buying this? And I'm like, no. So, you know, sorry about that. Well, I'm sorry, but they're no different from the Nazis. No, they are literally Nazis. These are not human beings. They have no humanity. These are monsters. That's what I'm trying to tell you. These are not humans. They were humans, and their humanity was killed. Because they looked at the glowing rectangles all day. And then they became that. Their humanity died. They said empathy is a sin. These are husks being operated by the Nazis.
Decline and fall of the Roman Empire is like watching a civilization rot in slow motion. Sadistic emperors.
Like I said, yeah, they're literally National Socialists. They are leaning to the left economically to try and grift. Be like, you know, the Dems are horrible, the Republicans are like Jews, I guess. That's what they're going to go with because Trump got the Israel prize. And then they're going to try and make the National Socialist Party, the America Party, through trying to pull from both sides. Said that a year ago.
And gilded
there is no such thing as justice being served unless you serve it, mate. There's no one coming to save you. Nobody is coming to save us. We have to do it.
Generals who sold out their own armies, and senators who cared more for spectacle than statecraft. And yet, what shocks you most when you read Gibbon today isn't the depravity, it's the familiarity. Gibbon wrote about politicians who lacked seriousness, elites who lacked virtue, and societies that mistook decadence for progress. 2,000 years later, we live in an age where billionaires dodge their taxes, politicians perform instead of govern, and media barons profit from lies and hatred. The Roman elite fiddled while Rome burned. Our elites live streamed the fire and monetized the smoke.
They were big fans of Mussolini et al., hence the New York Times calling Mussolini a new hope. Yeah, of course. Because I hope justice served by those who still have humanity within them. Well, you know, we're trying. I mean, this is the best I can do. But, like, everyone has something they can do.
Immorality and unseriousness. Those are the 2 defining traits of today's leaders.
Remember, like I showed this earlier, they're arresting like charity workers, saying that they are funding Hamas when they found money. There is no evidence that these people are funding Hamas. Why are they getting attacked? Because the USA declared Antifa a foreign terrorist organization in Italy, Greece, and Germany. These people were arrested, their money was confiscated, their bank accounts were closed. This is what they're going to do to you. All of you. If you watch this show, ever, once, this is happening to you. I'm sorry, you're on the list. Yeah, that was some shit, A New Hope. I only recently read this, just fell through the cracks. I did not see that.
The movement's criminal activities, including attacks against civilians.
Though no evidence for
One of the suspects arrested is Mohammed Hanoun, president of the Palestinian Association in Italy, according to Interior.
I feel ashamed and embarrassed that the most I can do for them is to defend them and tell the truth only. This is really shameful. It is miserable. Like, the fact that I have to sit here and talk about this fucking sucks. I would much rather be on the ground. But we have to we have to work in the position that we're in and then better it. Like I've said, if you want to get out of this, the correct way, the easiest path, the most successful path, most likely successful path, is decentralization, is creating communities, creating institutions and structures that exist inside of the system, like medical care, like public safety, like police and all that, and you create your own version in your local community that does not rely on the system. Stop relying on them for things. Get your money out of a bank account and, I don't know, buy Monero with it or something. It's really bad. But, like, the decentralized building of structures will then bring other people because it works. And then the people come over. And because they're like, oh, this is working. You guys are doing great. I want in on this. And then you get another person. And then you get another person. And then someone from the neighbor community comes and they see that you guys have all this stuff. And they're like, that's a great idea. I'm going to do this. And then they do it. I wish I had even a small influence over them. Look, I got like 30 people that watch me. And I feel like my job is useless. But I have to do it because it's all I can do. That's the thing. I feel like I have to, because it's all I can do. Here's an interesting bit. There's a jump here. Let's see what that is.
They didn't betray their principles. They revealed them. Their loyalty has never been to justice or democracy, but to power and profit. And where were these loyalties forged? The answer is simple. At the world's most celebrated universities. At the greatest bastions of
See, I just say fuck the New York Times, Christopher.
Science and reason in secular temples with grand columns and mottos inscribed in stone. Truth at Harvard, light and truth at Yale, and in the nation's service and the service of humanity at Princeton. Every year, thousands of brilliant teenagers write beautiful application essays about the global problems they aspire to solve. Climate change, world hunger, infectious disease. But a few years later,
Yeah, well, you're a New York attorney, so you kind of have to. Yeah, I get that.
most have been funneled towards companies like McKinsey, Goldman Sachs, and Kirkland & Ellis. A friend of mine who studied at Oxford calls it the Bermuda Triangle of talent. Consultancy, finance, and corporate law. A gaping black hole that sucks up so many of our so-called best and brightest. A dark chasm that has tripled in size since the 1980s.
I can't allow myself to be next to child killers because as a human, my conscience does not permit it. I cannot reply to that, but do with what I say with what you will. You're helping tonight. I had a bad streamer experience yesterday. It's appreciated. I'm glad, Infallible Foul. Me too. Yesterday, Lane pissed me off, gassed the shit out of me. What happened? Was she being, like, pro-North Korea or something? Was that her? I don't know. I can't remember. There's so many people.
Sure, I know such companies like to spray a thin layer of purpose or corporate responsibility over their dubious business models. Did you know that tobacco giant Philip Morris has a stellar ESG score? Have you heard that British American Tobacco was named both a climate leader and a diversity leader by the Financial Times? And they really deserved it. Their CO2 compensation programs are state-of-the-art and their inclusivity trainings are among the best in the business. They are doing so much good while killing millions of people. Please, let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah, look, like, the rich like to use charity work to cover their own shit. These people are not people. These are demons. Hassan was being pro-North Korea recently, but I think we actually overlap on my positions on dropping sanctions. I mean, like, I am in favor of dropping sanctions and giving reparations. I am not pro-North Korea. It is a fascist country. I literally watched drama over Madeline, or whatever the fuck her name is, Pendleton, calling someone the butcher of Pyongyang because he read the constitution of North Korea and said this is fascism. Even though most of the West only knows propaganda about North Korea and not the truth. It is still a fascist government based on their literal constitution. First time I was active in here, apparently it's funny that I had a family that died in Ukraine because of Azov. Oof, that sucks. I mean, I'm pro Azov now, but like originally, quite glad that the Nazis in Azov went and died in Mariupol. Fair enough, Riser. Yelene's good at some things, very not good at others. I've done like streams with her before. She's cool, but like yeah, she goes a little bit to one side that I'm not in favor of. I just feel like if you work your ass off every day, you should be able to eat. Yeah, like, that's not happening for me. Like I said, I spent $12,000 net loss to do this last year. This year. $12,000. Loss. I think you should just be provided fucking food.
There has been no.
I couldn't stream yesterday because it was so fucking hot. And I can't turn my air conditioner on. I had to be so, like, my phone, when I turned it on and looked at it, was a miniature sun radiating heat. She refused to accept that I thought China is also max bad and all nations, fuck them all. I mean, yeah, true. That's true. I made 18K last year and pay $1,000 in rent every month. Oof. Figured, Jet. Yeah, sorry, I go long, so... I just want to get to one part of this.
Moral awakening in the corporate world. Business for good, conscious capitalism, social impact, it was all mostly a sham. Beneath the talk, the cultural tide has been running the other way for decades. Just look at the American Freshman Survey, which has tracked the values of first-year college students since the 1960s. Half a century ago, when students were asked about their most important life goals, 80 to 90% named developing a meaningful philosophy of life. Just 50% prioritized.
Simply Steve, Americans are in the position where, like, you guys should be learning to boil shoes for leather. 1,000 rent is so cheap, there's like, I mean, it's less than I pay. You know what? Yes, Bunkor. Anarchist Tech Support, Invaluable Fowl, Nadia, Jet, Latino Mafune, Rolando, like all of you. I'm proud to have you as comrades. I love my community, because I see other streamers who fucking despise their chat, and I love my chat. It is my, like, talking to you guys is my therapy, because, I don't know, for some reason, people who are intelligent seem to radiate towards me. Maybe because we talk about lots of shit that's complicated, I don't know.
Making a lot of money. Today, those numbers have flipped. Now, 80 to 90% say that getting rich is what matters most. Only half still value a meaningful philosophy of life. Remember, this isn't human nature. It's human culture. The kids are merely holding up a mirror, and what they reflect back is what we've been teaching them. Currently, around 40% of Harvard graduates end up in that Bermuda Triangle of BS jobs. And if you include big tech, the share rises to more than 60%. And the work there is often just as meaningless.
I'm looking for one video that I really want to show. So, like only the beginning of. But you'll like it, so stick around for a second. Here we go, found it.
Infamous words of...
Shush, sorry, mate.
From direct. The word conservative should be much more of an adjective.
Oh my goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Quantum Traveler for the sub. And also, Christopher Devante, I was cleaning the chat public restrooms and I found you wallet in the stall. Here's money you dropped. Also, you have toilet paper on your shoe. Thank you for returning my dropped money. I very much, very, very much appreciate it. Alright, let's...
Adjective and much less of a noun. In other words, when you hear the word conservative, if your ears perk up and you say to yourself, that's me, You
My
probably
goodness.
shouldn't.
Thank you for the extra subs, Quantum Traveler. Sorry, I didn't see my chat. Thank you for the second one as well. God damn. All right. By the way, Twitch has like 35% off for 5 donos, but you can also donate to me directly. Dark Matter is base as fuck. This man used to be in the right-wing pipeline and broke out himself.
We all have conservative tendencies to one degree or another, but actually identifying as a conservative is a bit of a contrivance. It feels very real, however, because it's not only rooted in our culture, but also our biology. Self-preservation is...
If anyone is gifting subs, Buncor will suck dick for it. Based. For the cause, you know, like it's for the troops.
what drives conservatism, and self-preservation is just a natural consequence of our evolution. Just about every wild animal has, in essence, a very conservative mindset.
Are you gonna make me explain the cum ideology? I mean, I said it now, so I have to. Functionally, the cum ideology is to maximize cum by improving material conditions and social conditions to the point where humans will naturally want to fuck and make children, but like the good way. It's the only reason to be a leftist. Yeah, you know what? Like, unironically, it does work. To maximize cum, you have to maximize the standard of living and the social conditions of people so that they will fuck and produce children.
They care very much about their group, their inner circle, and their territory, that which is most familiar to them. But they're terrified of anything beyond that, almost cripplingly suspicious of anything that is strange to them. They live in constant fear.
They are basically animals.
Anxiety and paranoia. And that's for good reason, because in the wild, it's justified. If you want to survive in the wild, it's best to assume everything is out to get you. Another animal will absolutely take what's yours.
I feel like the great sex lives theory would make for better branding. No, the cum theory is just funny enough that people will want to learn about it. It's clickbait in real life, Latino Mifune.
They will take your territory and take your food or use you as food. We human beings came from that environment, so we naturally retain aspects of it, even when we shouldn't, even to our own detriment. The human brain evolved from the inside out. Essentially, you're going to find advanced cognition residing in the outer areas of the brain, and the further into the brain you go, the more primitive and animalistic it gets. And deep within the brain, within the limbic system, is where you'll find what drives conservatism. People with much more conservative tendencies have a larger right amygdala by
I've talked about this many times.
a statistically significant margin. And you'll find the amygdala on the medial sides of your temporal lobes. And we think of them as part of your reptilian brain because it works without contemplation, like the way your heart beats without you having to tell it to.
All of this ties into in-groups and out-groups. So.
The amygdala, especially on the right side of your brain, is responsible for your most primal negative emotions involving fear, danger detection, and your fight or flight response.
By the way, if you want to like not get in a fight or flight response, there's a trick that like the CIA uses. I don't know how useful it is, but if you start to feel like you're about to panic, you haven't panicked yet, things are getting bad, list the things that you're feeling. Just out loud, you say heart rate rising, like feeling in like you name you have to dissociate from it by naming it as something else. That's what they do. This explains why sometimes when you get hurt in the head, you turn into an asshole like Fetterman. Oh yeah, no, literally. Fetterman got in a car accident, and he said the progressivism left his body because he got brain damage. This is what I mean, but conservatives have brain damage. They are animals. Their brain is not fully developed.
Testosterone boosts the amygdala's response.
Mind you, this is not like a you were born this way thing. The right-wingers are animals, and their brain is not developed, not because of some innate genetic property. It is all social and economic conditioning. Safest thing to do is stay in your home and only leave for work. Yeah, but that's boring, and I would never live that life. I would rather put myself at risk constantly and enjoy the pleasures of life until I cannot.
Reducing control from your higher brain functions, like from your prefrontal cortex. So given that testosterone has such an effect, is it any surprise that men tend to be more conservative than women? The amygdala causes rapid, automatic, basically...
You're right, Buncor, but we're not there yet. Like, you're not wrong. The funniest thing is, we could literally use eugenics against the Nazis. It's just the libs wouldn't be okay with it. Because, like, you really can't... You know Erica Kirk is Lebanese? Just like fucking Bob Qatar. That's why we don't have third places. That ruins... Sorry. That's why we don't have third places. That ruins your social development, especially for young children stuck at work in cycle of death. Yeah, that's why they did it. It's on purpose.
Jerk reactions that require zero complex thought. It's instinctual, animalistic. The amygdala causes you to link emotion to experiences and memory. Those wild animals that take comfort in their inner circle, their herd, their pack, their flock, their territory.
I'm still thinking, like, oh my god, you could actually use eugenics as a tool against these people. Now, like, I don't actually want to go that deep into it, but, like, you can. You can. You know, you are so inbred that you are not allowed to have children. Like, we could do that. I'm not advocating for anything. But, like, we're talking about America, right? Like, you're allowed to advocate for racism in America now.
Are terrified of everything else, describes essentially a pure distillation of what conservatism is. It's self-preservation. People who lean more liberal tend to have...
As I've also covered, the anterior insula, the cingulate, not just the amygdala, there's also differences in the prefrontal cortex.
More gray matter in their anterior cingulate cortex, which is responsible for conscious decision-making, detecting errors, and modulating.
The anterior insula is like over here.
Emotion. It regulates aggressive behavior and becomes engaged when you help others. It's located in your frontal lobe, so a more advanced area of the brain. It's what helps you learn from mistakes and adapt to new information, potentially causing greater tolerance for uncertainty.
To their brain, it is Latino Mufune. Their brain literally says it is.
Novelty.
And also, like, depending on which right-wingers we're talking about, they're probably, like, Stephen Miller would kill that person. But, like, you know, Elon, nah. Teal, probably not.
It's responsible for much more complex...
I allegedly may or may not be making this up. Regularly inform Nazis about other Nazis' autism, diagnose them, whatever they do, whatever they find inferior. Intel is everything. It's true. It's very true. Like, that is kind of what I mean by, like, the TikTok I showed you about the girls who tried to have a romantic tryst with German officers during World War II, and those officers never came back. Interesting, when I say I was young and dealing the way I beat my fight or flight panicking, like I see a cop or get threatened, was also dissociate. I mean, to be fair, I'm privileged in that, like, I have pretty privilege, so I can just walk up to a cop and start talking to them, and that usually works. The thing is with cops, if they see you first, they will be suspicious. If you call out to them, if they hear you first, then they go into serve the public mode. Because they are also brainwashed. You need to understand how the brainwashing works, because then you can direct it if the time is appropriate.
Thought and behavior. It will tell you to try something new when what you're doing is not working. Essentially, the anterior cingulate cortex will facilitate exploration, while the amygdala will facilitate stability. The amygdala will find comfort in the familiar even when it's not working. But the anterior cingulate cortex can get you into trouble too.
Oh no, Rolando, if we were ever gonna do that, we would have to go deep. And I'm okay with that. The liberals won't. And to be fair, like, we don't really need the liberals. The thing is, we need to actually figure out what the fuck the left is. Because the left is just every group that's not a centrist liberal or a Nazi. Like, it's just pushed into this, right? But most of the left hate each other. Like, MLs want to kill me. Their ideology says I should die. But they're on my side. The thing is, we have a common enemy. We need to work on that. But some of the left, with their ideology, don't want to. Stop trying to talk to them. Just keep going. Figure out your group, your squad of the left. I don't give a shit about the China stands. The North Korea MLs can get fucking bent. Literally, yes. The liberals, sock dems, adopted left adjectives, labels to shift the Overton window towards the right by conflating anti-capitalism with pro-capitalist. Exactly. Fuck those people. Fuck the sock dems. Like, I understand some, like, politicians still need to call themselves democratic socialists, but, like, don't worry about that. Don't worry about the politicians. We're talking about the online left, the people you talk to. If they have a label that they like to talk about, move on. If their label is prominent in how they act, they bring it up many times, move the fuck on. These incompetent people should step down from those positions. They can no longer think clearly. They are thinking clearly. They're doing their job. It's working exactly like it's designed to, Razor. Their job is not to work for you. That doesn't exist anymore. MLs don't learn from their past failings. ML's ideology literally makes no sense. Because Marxism and Leninism are contradictory. We have a common enemy, but that's how these fools are trying to slow everyone further and further to the right. Yeah, exactly. Stop trying to work with them. Mind you, there's COINTELPRO still. Like, half of these people are bots. A quarter of them are fucking Israeli agents sitting on a computer screen trolling you. And probably some Americans and some Russians. Just stop talking to them. If they're super deep into theory, stop talking to them. Because their brain is focused on the theory, it's not on the groundwork. Just move the fuck on. Create your space. This is why I like this chat. Because everyone here gives a shit and wants to do something. Even if it was not an op, they already lost to one. Exactly. There's many times I've had tankies like ML's on my side because we're criticizing Zionism and liberalism and it works fine unless you try talking. Exactly. Use them. Utilize them. But, like, you don't have to be good. Like, you can lie. You can manipulate them. They will kill you if you succeed. That's the thing, right? Like, if, in a hypothetical theory, you on your side, the MLs together overthrow a government, you are gonna die next. Yes, I don't say this selfishly. They are working for my benefit, but they're not working for your benefit. But they have started working for a personal selfish interest. They work for the corporations that own and pay for them, Riser. Citizens United changed this country massively. Hold on, you guys want to do a little bit of history, and then we can keep watching Dark Matter for a little bit? Because I need you to understand the things that brought us here as a country. What's up, Eon Wagner? Good to see you. Welcome, 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 Fresh Chatter. Helen Keller actually was a democratic socialist. I don't care. I don't care. Force answers force. It takes more than acting without through or regret to break the cycle. In a new world, I would argue the old rules don't apply anymore. That's true. Also, where does power reside? Again, power is an illusion. There is a king, a soldier, and a lord, a banker, in a room. There is one sword, and each of them is telling the soldier to put, to pick up the sword and kill one of the three people. Who is the one you're listening to? The one you think is in charge. It's all in your head. I think it's time for our new generation to have their say. We have to overthrow the fascists first, Riser. We are building death camps right now. Helen Keller was a dem sock, not a stock dem. There's a strong... Yeah, no, sorry. Dem socks are better than sock dems. I misread that. I want to see the majority of the left unite in the worst way. I do too. Look, this is how we got here.
You guys ever notice that a lot of times you see people wanting to go back to the 90s, especially my generation? People are like, yo, I wish I could go back to the 90s. It wasn't like this. Things were better. Food was better. Well, like, what happened? Why is it so different now? Why is everything?
Welcome, welcome. Labels can be different, but like in this fight, they're harmful. It is harmful. The thing is, I don't get bothered by what the right does. I expect them to do the bad thing, and they do the bad thing. The thing that drives me insane, the thing that is killing me, is the left. Is how fucking useless the left is. How they like to argue about labels and theory instead of literally fighting the Nazis. They're going door to door, they're building death camps near rail stations. You are all terrorists by designation, and you are all sitting there going to work and watching me. I want you to burn shit.
Seemingly worse.
Not literally.
Well, a lot of things happened, but I'm going to give you 5 that were pretty big that led to a lot of the issues that we're seeing today. So the first thing that was different is that there was a federal ban on semi-automatic assault weapons and high-capacity magazines that lasted.
Yes, rhetorically speaking.
1994 to 2004. Okay, on September 13th of 04, the Republican-controlled Congress, which was the House, the Senate, and the presidency, they allowed the sunset provision to take effect because millions of dollars had been spent by the NRA to basically let this go away. And then all of a sudden you were able to buy assault weapons and high capacity magazines, and the rest is history if you go take a look at the school unaliving data. The second...
It's not a war between the left and the right, Riser. It's a war between up versus down. The right are just the army of up. The rest of us are down. There is no left or right. There is no union, so how can you even build a cohesive society? You have to stop the brainwashing. There is no union because the other side is being mind-controlled. They're all being brainwashed. Read the shock doctrine. We've been brainwashing since the 70s.
Major thing that was different was Citizens United. Pre-January...
By the way, this is why the politicians don't work for you.
2010, unlimited dark money could not be spent on elections. I'm talking about at all. Okay, and then the Supreme Court in January of 2010, the conservative majority, may sound familiar, struck down those restrictions. That's what Citizens United was. There have been billions of dollars spent by corporations on our elections since that point. Citizens United prevented corporations from spending unlimited money. And in January of 2010, Roberts, Kennedy, Scalia, Alito, and Thomas struck that shit down. Billions of dollars have been spent by corporations and dark money since January of 2010. That's another thing that was different. Also back in 95, commercial banking and investment banking used to be separate. Banks could...
Regardless of that, what I mean is society cannot be cohesive unless there are cohesive ways to make society. Yes, you build a society based on cooperative engagement. What's good for the community is good for the individual, and what's good for the individual is good for the community. Hyper-individualism is ruining this country and your life. You think everyone outside of the walls of your house is an enemy. They want to break in, steal your stuff, rob you. No, those are your neighbors. You should be talking to them. You should be working with them. You should build a system that if everyone cooperates, if you do the thing you're meant to do, both you benefit and the other person benefits, rather than having to, I don't know, sell your labor for someone else's benefit. How do you get cohesive society other than organizing one? Yeah, literally go outside and talk to people. Build local institutions and functions that exist within the system outside of it. Go and get every neighbor in your town to put their address in a PDF document and start a group chat and make it so any message in this group chat is functionally calling 911 on the entire neighborhood. Like, do that instead of calling the police. You have things you can do. Instead of destroying them, we can develop each other. A lot of those people are not savable, Riser, but that's fine. I don't care about that right now. I want you to go outside and I want you to develop what you can. I want you to build what you can. And you don't have much time. The death camp's open in like 3 months, guys. In like 3 months, they're going to start debanking us too.
Not gamble with your deposits back in 1995 because of something called the Glass-Steagall Act. They could not take your money and pursue risky investments. But of course, Wall Street...
It is, Rolando, but it's still important to do it because it still helps. Right now, we're like, here's the thing. We are not going to win this war. All we can do is try and pad the landing. All we can do is try and save it instead of destroy. Like, we just need to make sure that it's a softer landing. If you have the ability and you're on our side, I think you should be moving to the fucking woods with your friends and creating like a, I don't know, an encampment that you can hide in that's difficult to get to. Well, that's the thing. We're not waging wars all over the world. They are. We are waging war against them because they called it a war. They declared war against us. Right? Like, I need you to understand. The lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you to save themselves. If you think you're safe, you are delusional. Join the SRA, a 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing self-defense, community defense, and education. $5 a month or $36 per year. Financial hardship? Contact your chapter about waivers. Join the fucking SRA. God damn it, that message is too long for YouTube chat. Because we'll need people on the outside fighting for us. True, yeah, but like, you gotta do both. You have to do it now. You have no time left. This should have been done ages ago. I can't afford the hardware yet, soon. I mean, you don't need the hardware. They do hand-to-hand stuff. You can go join them without the hardware, Infallible Foul. You should, because they're going to eventually stop taking new members. Here in WV, a property is fairly cheap, especially the Boondocks, like West Virginia. Yeah, just join. Someone has the hardware. You'll be fine. Join. Let's get back to why conservatives are stupid.
Leads you into.
We need to organize globally, not just nationally. I said this months ago, Latino Mifune. I said the home front has collapsed. The battle for America is lost. I need the Americans who are aware to leave the country, to go to European countries, like England, France. We need to do what the Nazis did in reverse. Do you understand that? They had an international, like, movement. Decentralized, different people in different areas, specifically radicalizing small groups. That is what they did for years until they got here. We need to use that strategy. Like I've also said, flip the playbook on them. You've been yelling this as long as I've known you. Thanks. It's true. I was specifically talking about you, by the way. I'm legit happy as hell that you aren't here. You have righteous anger on the same side as me. Yeah, if I was there, I would be in a camp by now, probably. I mean, I don't think they would manage to get me in a camp. I think I would die, but like, maybe I fuck it up. Maybe they get mad at me because I made the Neuralink video and then they send me to Hawaii.
Fatal territory where you won't survive to learn the lesson. Both are necessary, but both can cause trouble too. Like most things in life, balance is best.
True, if I was there, I would not be in media. To be fair, I'd still probably get arrested on the street. I am a bitch. I would say the worst, like, things. I would make these people cry while they shoot me. I'd be like that girl who, like, got missed, like, the shot at the firing squad missed and her last words were, ha, I'm a better shot than you. That would be me.
When it comes to very real danger, though, the amygdala will override the higher functions of the prefrontal cortex, unless you have a lot of combat training or experience in whatever dangerous activity you may be doing. Otherwise, panic and fear will control you every time. That biological function is encapsulated in Mike Tyson's famous quote, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face." Everyone has a plan is their prefrontal cortex.
I like what that Venezuelan dude said on your stream once. Oh, yeah, Dan Ditso is based. How he told the pig he would haunt his family if he shot him. That's a line I'd use. Hell yeah. No, Ditso is a real one. That man is based.
And until they get punched in the face, is their amygdala overriding their prefrontal cortex. The differences in these brain structures aren't necessarily determinative. You are, after all, a thinking human being.
Your brain is plastic. Every time you scroll on this, you are functionally doing drugs. It is creating a pathway, a neural pathway in your brain. Millions of dollars were spent to create this. You swipe like this because your brain thinks it's a fucking slot machine. You are a sack of meat with electricity running through you. Your brain is stupid. You can be sad and trick yourself into not being sad by fake laughing. Like the fakest fucking forced laugh can make you happy again. Microplastics? Yeah, don't forget about that.
So you can be aware of what's going on in your own head and use your rationality to compensate. In other words, correlation does not equal causation. So biology is not going to lock you into being more or less conservative or liberal, but it's most likely a combination of nature and nurture that's going.
Sylvie, you should go talk to your neighbors and your friends about this. Like, go bring it up and have a conversation. If you want, like, show bits of my stream. Like, if there's specific segments, I will literally cut them for you. If you give me a timestamp of the stream that you want for that to convince these people to help you, I will cut that for you and give it to you. But please, talk to your neighbors now. Like, today or tomorrow, because it's probably the middle of the night for you.
To do that. I mentioned the biology involved because given the cards you were dealt by nature, you may need to intellectually compensate more or less than someone else might have to. In other words, you may be predisposed. So self-awareness is key. For instance, I'm well aware.
TikTok made me very stupid for a while. I go on TikTok now, but I do it on my computer. I have a timer for how much I'm going to scroll, and I do it specifically. Like, I don't let the algorithm check. I usually just go onto a specific creator and then look at their videos because they make useful shit.
Of my conservative thoughts and tendencies, because I definitely have them. So it's possible that even I have a larger right amygdala and more testosterone to affect it. But I've learned how to keep those emotions in check when appropriate.
Again, just let me remind you where we are. 75 migrants that committed zero crime were sold for $7.5 million to a tiny Pacific island where they are going to be put to work in, like, labor camps. These were migrants that had committed zero crimes and were internationally slave traded by the United States. Openly, publicly. Like, The Guardian is talking about it. They paid us $7.5 million for these fucking people. We sold people to them. Again, I showed you this when I shot this man. They deployed smoke before they shot him. Why did they, it's that guy. He uses the smoke. Why deploy the smoke? Because it makes it scarier. It makes it so you can make an excuse. Oh, I couldn't see. I thought it was a gun. Bam. That's what they're doing on purpose. Also, again, warehouses near train stations that are being built as processing sites where you go and they decide whether you go to the work camp or the death camp. No coincidence there. No, it's literally the plan. Like, it's actively, openly the plan. Where's that one I showed of the here's a U.S.-born citizen. Deported U.S. citizen born in Maryland after a lawyer provided a birth certificate and hospital records in defiance of the judge's orders. Also, they say that, like, birth certificates can't be a copy where all birth certificates are copies. Let's see what else we got. We got the homeless camp in Utah. Oh yeah, here's ICE. There's someone yelling about ICE making a woman have a miscarriage because they dragged her on the floor and sat on her while she was very pregnant. This is what is happening inside. This is inside the camps, by the way. Getting late for me. Everyone have a good night. Thank you. I'm gonna hop off soon anyway. I only go to TikTok to keep up with the chit show. I don't even know what that is. The most barbaric way, even more than the barbarians. We are already worse than the Nazis, guys. The Nazis could not dream of what we have.
It's a concentration camp, and because my conscience calls me to do it. I was treated like a criminal.
I said, listen, I know every one of you will say, I left my kids at home with no one to take care of them. I don't care. You will
10 more hours? You know I'm supposed to stream tomorrow, too, and it's New Year's Eve.
I don't care. You're terrified, you're here unjustly, I don't care.
I'm saying, okay, can I talk to my lawyer now? You'll get your lawyer call. Not now. And I would remain there for 18 days
not knowing what's gonna happen to me. I feel like that was the worst.
Chained her feet, she stayed for nearly 2 weeks.
ICE detention facilities run by private companies. The more detainees there are, the more profit.
When you have a strong case that ICE fears the judge is going to rule in your favor, they transfer you to another state to prevent you appearing in front of that judge and to delay you from appearing in that court.
I don't even know how to explain what it's like being in there.
Do you think I'm the chap? We freed the Nazis? We did. We did free the Nazis.
Esto se ve viral. Ayúdennos.
ICE moving U.S. citizens across state lines.
My name is Victoria Slatton. I'm an immigration attorney. I currently have a client who is a U.S. citizen who is in ICE custody. She was taken yesterday under very suspicious circumstances, in my opinion. And we have been desperately trying to get her out. We filed habeas last night that was supposed to protect her from being moved and keep her in the jurisdiction. The court actually ruled, giving us an injunction that said she was not allowed to be moved from the jurisdiction, and that
Law don't matter, guys. Here's what they're doing to you. ICE broke into a home in Burnsville, Minnesota without a warrant, tore through rooms, broke doors, detained a family at gunpoint, confiscated their phones, and all 4 were U.S. citizens.
Movement on this window right here.
Ring camera footage captured the moment more than a dozen ICE agents raided this Burnsville home.
They break in this one.
Angel Alvarado says
they force it.
4 of his family members were upstairs.
They were hiding here.
Hitler would literally come to death if he's seen our surveillance capabilities. Literally, yes.
Sofia Alvarado does not want her face shown, but says her husband owns the home. She says she and the 3 others upstairs were eventually able to prove they're U.S. citizens.
They all were, they all were scary, crying, and knowing what's happened, they were pointing with the guns.
Police! Police, come out with your hands up!
Not to move, just they all haven't sit here.
¿Y usted cómo se está sintiendo ahorita?
Con miedo.
Storming homes because they're immigrants. They're literally going door to door in Minnesota right now. Here's ICE agents harassing a child going to school and laughing about it.
You okay?
You don't have citizenship. You don't have any rights. You are like a slave now. We are all slaves. We have no rights. You have to take them.
Come inside.
You do realize all the rights you have were paid for by the blood of thousands of people.
Come inside. Come inside. This car is ICE. Be careful. I'm saying, stay in here. You'll be all right.
ICE can't technically go into that part of the building, and they're just sitting there waiting for her to come out. Let's see. Assaulting more U.S. citizens. Same video. Cool. Unlawfully detaining people, like this.
Where's the lady officer? Get the lady officer! Get the lady officer!
Turn around. Hands against the tree.
For what? What are you arresting me for?
Against the tree.
Why?
Because.
Why are you touching me? What have I done to you?
Here's one. This one kind of sucks, but...
U.S. citizen in the vehicle. This is in front of Berwyn's Community Center, terrorizing our community.
U.S. citizens in the vehicle! I saw their passports, they pulled it from the car!
We have multiple ICE agents now.
U.S. citizens!
We have ICE filming us.
Again, go on YouTube and watch my video on how Neuralink is doing human trials on ICE detainees in Hawaii. I firmly believe that now. I would need evidence to not believe it.
From their cameras, for their propaganda. 2 citizens with U.S. passports in front of the Berwyn Community Center, held by ICE.
Not the police! Not the state police! It's Border Patrol! I saw their...
What's your name?
What's your name?
What's your name?
Yeah, Riser, that's what I was talking about. They are animals. They're savages. These are Nazis. These are not human beings. They're using dating apps to find people. They shoot you. They don't care. And just to be clear, like, this is not a small issue. Hillcrest High students say they were told to limit Black History Month. Man arrested for painting swastika on Nashville Library. Georgia man who smacked U.S. postal truck with a tractor guilty of hate crime. The brilliant minds on the right over here. I hate you, Tucker Carlson, not because of the color of your skin. I am much whiter than you. Brilliant fucking minds over here. They find basic humanity and decency is offensive. There's no separating Minnesota from our Somali brothers and sisters. There's no reason that every person has to go to bed at night. There's no reason that every person has to go to bed hungry at night. We have the ability to feed every person. Tim Walz, as Somalis stole billions from hungry children on his watch. Again, the Somali thing is made up. Stop being anti-Somalites. Like, Somalia deserves the right to defend itself. And also, you people are fucking lying about the money. You're stealing the money actively and blaming it on these people. And then going in like JD Vance is like, oh, you don't have to apologize for being white. Well, I'm not referring to natives as savages. In fact, I would imagine the natives as far less savage than these people. When I think of like a Native American or an Indigenous Australian, I don't think of them as savages. Well, they want to bring back black slavery and barbarism? Yes! Yes! Stephen Miller openly had said that if it was up to him, there would be 150 million people left in this country and they would all be white. Take a look at this. Timeout box in elementary school draws outrage. Upstate New York district where most students are Native American placed its superintendent on leave after images of a wooden box in a classroom spread on social media. Christopher Tablante, join the SRA if you're not already. The adjective propaganda around Somalis is faker than Trump's tan. True. That is the context of the word. I mean, I don't care. That's one of the issues we have in Anarchist Tech Support is we're so very specific on wording. It's just you learn what someone means. I don't need to be super duper specific in my wording. Sometimes a word just feels good. Now, if you think that I said something offensive and you ask me, then I will explain. That's fine. But like, word policing pisses me off. Misunderstandings based on words are absolutely normal. You should talk about them. But word policing is nonsense. Also, New York City subway now just puts up eugenics posters. Again, I really think we could use eugenics against these people successfully. I don't really want to, but could. This kind of a thing that we used to pride ourselves on moving past. Literally, yes. Most fucking prisons don't even have that. That's true. Then understand there are friends I can't bring here. Well, the thing is, first off, I don't often say that, but why can't you bring them here? Because if they got offended and they said something, like, you know, first off, savage is such a, like, it's not a direct word. There is no affiliation with natives in my brain. And we can talk about that. That is a conversation worth having. Avoiding that conversation, I feel like, is the wrong decision. Like, people need to learn to be comfortable in their discomfort. You understand what I mean? Like, you have to be able to be comfortable in your discomfort so that you can work together. And, like, if that person is like, please don't use that word around me, when I can, I will try not to. Sometimes I just, like, say a thing. Like, I try not to say, like, the R slur, but I do often, just kind of out of anger. But, like, never specifically directed at someone. You gotta be honest, savage is pretty specifically colonial term, uncivilized. Okay, how about barbarian, then? Is barbarian better? Barbarism? I mean, to be fair, it is barbarism. So, I could do barbarism, I guess. It just, like, it never connects to me like that. Like, I've never thought about the concept of, like, a savage and thought of, like, a Native American. We have to quit cannibalizing our own. That's true. Thinking about Stephen Miller reminds me of the AI slap I saw today. I don't want to see the White House Vax Museum in AI, but why does she look like her face is covered in cum? Jesus Christ, you're gonna make me because her face looks like it's covered in cum. Why? Why? Yeah, but it doesn't matter how it connects words or communication tools, and that's it. Well, again, if someone was to bring that up, that's fine. But, like, not bringing that up and avoiding that person is not helpful. Is savage not a behavior rather than a trait? I guess, like, listen, I'm not super educated on, like, American colonialism, and I would imagine they would have used the word savage. But, like, when I think about the word savage, it's an adjective to describe, like, a type of person who is uneducated and has animalistic impulses. Okay, yeah, so not savage, barbarian. That is the problem. They literally are savages. It's just the word is, I guess, offensive, so I won't say it. But I really, really hate word policing. That's a problem we can't fix until we fix other problems first. Unfortunately, we gotta fix the other problems before we can move on to that one. But, fair enough. See, this is what I mean by, like, a conversation about this kind of stuff is far more helpful than avoiding these conversations. I learned something just now. I actually learned something just now. Well, that wax museum figure was just making her do justice for how she got her job at the TA. That's so true. That is so true. That is a 2-hour video called The Rise of Militias. Is the US on the brink of civil war? Yeah, no thank you. I don't have 2 hours for that. We don't have to agree on our opinions, but we should, like, respect them to make conversation more civilized. It depends on the person, Riser. Some people you don't do that with. Like, I will never try and have a civilized conversation with a Nazi or a right-winger again. I've done 6 debates, they never do it in good faith. If they're a Nazi, you don't talk to them. Actually, talking to them with, like, civilized respect makes their position stronger. The only way you talk to those people, or those monsters, is degrading them. That is the only way you can do that. So many people have been propagandized and misled that you kind of got to talk about what you mean. If you just assume what they mean, you're forgetting that they might not know what you're saying. I mean, I do try and be very, very specific. A word like savage in that sentence is not something that I would have thought of. But someone then brought it up, like Anarchist Export brought that up, and that was useful. I like that. But, like, you're right. It's difficult. I hate specifically how I have to word everything in a blanket. It has to cover all of it, encompass every possible meaning. Or someone will be like, well, technically. I usually do pretty well with not saying slurs, but I find myself trying extra hard to say wild. I mean, to be fair, I say cunt all the time, but I'm Australian. And I'll use the F slur. I got banned from from Twitch for doing it once, but, like, I am literally queer. I can call other queers the F slur. And you know what? I think it's fun too. Yeah, of course it depends on the person, but what I mean is that these people cannot have a civilized conversation. Yes, exactly. You can't have any... Go watch the debates I've done. Like, it's very funny. But to, like, really encapsulate today, we had a shift. Turkey is now on the Russian and American side. And Europe is fucked. It's bent the knee already. We bombed Venezuela. We are probably going to bomb Iran again. And also, again, they're going to purposefully crash the economy very soon. The US dollar is less 10% of its value this year. It's going to get significantly worse. The plan is to literally crash the economy. I had no idea you're a creator. You just made my 2025. Fucking love this. I've been doing this for almost 2 years, I just realized. Thank you, thank you. To be fair, my YouTube kind of sucks. I just mostly post live streams. I don't have the time to sit and watch my own videos and edit them.
Do with the economy, and here's what I think is going to happen. I think Russia's right. I think we plan to weaken our dollar to the point where we have an excuse, get ourselves to a recessionary point to the point where we have an excuse to make a seismic economic shift. Guess what? Nixon didn't just get to get us off the gold standard because everything was honky-dory. Things weren't...
Did I actually? I don't remember that, because that would have been on this space. Jesus.
Right then. We didn't go into Reaganomics because everything was fine and we needed a seismic shift. No, everything was bad, and that's why we needed the seismic shift. The Patriot Act didn't get passed right after 9/11 for a given reason, right? Right? They didn't call it the Patriot Act for no reason, right? Everything has a time and a place. And I think we're setting ourselves up for the Mar-a-Lago Accord. If you wanted to make a gigantic change to the economy, huge change, seismic change, what a change, beautiful. Would you have to be in a good economy or a bad economy to make that plausible? Because if you're in a good economy, isn't it hard to propose massive change?
They literally published exactly what they were going to do.
Isn't it much easier in a bad economy? Help me, I'm poor. I have a solution for you. Is a much more, likely conversation. And if we see a world where we walk into a recession in 2026, which I'm not saying that we are, but...
We are. I am so happy to hear this man talk, because I've been saying this for over a year, and I have been the crazy person, and nobody believes me. He is literally saying what I've been saying since before the election.
It would give credence to, I don't know, blockchaining assets, blockchaining our currency. Heck, even the thought process of revaluing gold against the dollar has come up. We have the power to do that. We've done it before. We did it in 1933. We did it in 1944. We did it again in 1971, repealing it all. And ever since then, the dollar has been pegged to gold. And we could just revalue it, simultaneously weakening.
They literally did write it down and publish it. The thing is, you are going to transition into a crypto economy, which will make you significantly poorer and will make 7 dudes trillionaires. That's the whole fucking plan.
Our dollar, and giving us an asset that we already have. We have gold. We have lots of gold. We have lots of silver. And maybe a higher potentiality of being able to weaken it even more if it was on blockchain. This all sounded confusing, and I don't even know half of what I'm talking about right now because none of this has ever happened before. But if I wanted to suggest a seismic shift in the economy, we would have to be in a poor economy. And all I continually see is people being gaslit.
They're going to blame some minority, and then they're going to try and, do this. They're literally saying Somalians stole billions of dollars in Minnesota. How many Somalians live in Minnesota?
Continually.
There is not even a number. Okay, there is about, between 2019 and 2023, about 12,000 Somalians. Sorry, 80,000. 78% in Twin Cities, 21.9% in Greater Minnesota. 50-50 for men and women. Most of the people are about in their 40s to 50s, 30s, 20s, late 30s to early 50s. That's most of them. Foreign-born residents, 55.8%. These people are not stealing billions of... You know who actually stole billions of dollars? The wealthy. Doge literally stole millions of dollars. I mean, there was a real fraud taking place, 50 mil. They wiped their ass with that, mate. Sure. But, again, it's going after the whole community. Even though, 20 white people was heading the whole scam, that tracks. I haven't looked into it at all. I saw the reports of it, and I said, I don't care. So I didn't look at it. I care about this. This is what I care about.
They're lying to you about inflation. We're in Q4. It stinks. We're seeing layoffs, we're seeing job losses, and now the data's not even here to support how good or bad it is. And we presume
you're going to see so many fossil fuel, oil and gas companies in America go bankrupt next year because that's why your gases are cheap. Because OPEC is flooding the market to push us out.
It's not getting any better. So here's what I'm thinking happens.
Which is why we're going after Venezuela.
What I'm thinking happens is we are purposely setting ourselves up for a place where the Mar-a-Lago Accord could come into place, where seismic money printing could come into place, where something large scale could happen that is going to assist the billionaires' asset accumulation and growth to keep happening. Sorry, my words aren't really flowing this morning, but that's what I think is going.
A lot of those are bots too, Chris Valente. And Nigeria. Yeah, we also bombed Nigeria. Right, government buckets leak, and it really doesn't matter, especially when we have the military-industrial complex, basically.
To happen, I think we're going to set ourselves up against a wall, purposefully, into a corner, purposefully, and then we're going to come out and say, hey, to solve this, we could just blockchain everything, print a lot of money, and revalue gold, and problem solved. Meanwhile,
and then you are forever poor.
Well, that problem solved for the working class to give them a path toward the light is the banker's dream that is...
Actually, never mind, sorry, you guys are Antifers, so you all die in the camps. That's what happens. They steal your money and they put you in the camp.
Going to give them the delight of all their assets inflating upwards, increasing all their net worths. All I'm saying is this, okay? If we look at the Great Depression, if we look at, how that got fixed in 1933, we look at post-World War II, we look at the 60s, we look at 1979, we look at, 1993, 2001, 2008, 2020. Anytime we see recession, the solution normally is in favor of the wealthy. The solution is normally never to simply fix the economy.
Again, like, I'm just going to show this again. This is our economy, and The Economist, the newspaper, this is the video they published about China. They're dead serious, and I laughed my ass off at the COPE.
Is facing a new threat. In most countries, governments complain when prices are too high. But in China, the government's angry that prices are too low. This has come about due to a phenomenon called involution. Companies are cutting prices to gain market share. That's forcing everyone else to do the same.
They're doing capitalism.
As a result, profits have plummeted, and no one's market share is any higher. This fight for survival has gone beyond...
Whose survival? The rich!
...beyond normal market competition. That's because many of the firms have been nurtured by China's local governments. Industries like solar panels and lithium batteries have become world-leading. But this has resulted in an oversupply of these goods.
Again, they're framing this as a bad thing. Having an oversupply of world-leading solar panels is not a bad thing.
And not enough customers to meet the demand. One example is the car industry. There are now 130 domestic car companies battling for sales.
I'm not even a China stan. Their economy is, they do capitalism better than us.
Discounts are so steep that you can buy this electric car, the BYD Seagull, for less than $8,000.
Probably better than the Tesla too.
That might sound like a great deal, but households should think twice before being too happy about cheap prices. As profits have come down, wage growth has stalled.
Here's where they start lying to you. You should feel not so happy that things are cheap. Your wage growth has stalled. Prices went down. You have more wage. Your wages technically went up. Your purchasing parity is higher. If your prices go down and your wage stays the same, then you have more money. I'll have some solar panels, please. True. Households should not think twice about that. What the fuck? True. It's true. Capitalism is so trash, the nerve trying to sell anything he said is bad. I mean, like, they're just doing capitalism better than we are. We spend trillions in countries we can't find on a map while they build high-speed rail in cities. Well, we can find them on a map. We have to know where they are to bomb them.
And employment looks weak. China has been here before. A decade ago, it also suffered another long spell of falling industrial prices. Back then, the government...
This article specifically is talking about how this is negative for businesses, not for the consumer, because they don't care about you. You are an animal to them. You are a cow being milked by Larry Ellison and Peter Thiel for your data.
Cut capacity in industries like steel and coal to limit production. It was a crude measure, but effective. Prices rose and profit margins increased. But this time around, involution is more widespread.
China might actually manage to do it because their plan is to do capitalism until about 2050 and then transition to socialism. And I don't know if they can do that, but you'll have to ask Larry and Peter. You'll have to say please. Because China prioritized the state over corporations, and as a result, things like poverty tend to get addressed systematically instead of shipping homeless people around. Yeah, because it's making you more money. Like, prioritizing the state instead of profits will still make you more profit.
The companies involved are often privately owned, so the government has less control over.
Oh, they're privately owned companies that the government doesn't control, and they're making extra stuff that can be sold. Oh, that's terrible.
Over them. They also operate in high-tech sectors with shiny new facilities, not like the dirty, outmoded plants that the government.
God, the propaganda in this is so obvious. It's so bad.
Shut down last time. An alternative response to involution is just to flood foreign markets with.
By flood foreign markets, he means sell things to the people who fucking want them.
Goods. But trading partners are pushing back. Ultimately, the best response to falling prices is to boost demand, not.
Exactly. They want the prices to go up. That's all they care about. They don't care about your wages going up. They want the prices to go up.
To curb supply. China's leader, Xi Jinping, is wedded to his vision of China as a manufacturing powerhouse. Even if customers are hard to find, manufacturing is a big part of China's economy.
Right, Western billionaires funded this video. They're basically saying China's rich people aren't as rich as they could be. You don't want that. You don't want this, do you? Literally, yeah. This is The Economist, like the actual newspaper. And that is what they're saying. China's rich aren't as rich as us as they could be. You don't want this, do you? Like, they don't care about you. You don't matter to them. Which is why they're going to take crypto and steal all of your assets.
Make it more stable for the working class, but more so to give more ammunition to the top side of the classes to continue on. To keep the banks operating, to keep the corporations corporating, to keep the billionaires billioning. This seems like endgame version of this. This seems like 2030 rent and be happy WEF version, to be quite honest with you. Because we're literally gaslighting an entire country to think we're going after drugs in this weird country over here near the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, we just want the oil. We want the heavy oil. Like, come on, this is obvious. Just say it. You know, it's obvious.
It's more than just the oil. The oil has become a priority now because of what OPEC is doing, which is why we published a thing saying for 2 months we're going to focus on piracy, look for the One Piece on all of the Venezuelan ships. That is a reason for it. We also want Venezuela as a staging ground for the rest of South America. America is an imperialist empire in decline. It wants to take over its neighboring countries. It's not going to go for Mexico first. It wants to trap Mexico on both sides.
Already testing blockchaining assets in New York and New Jersey. It's obvious. It's going to happen. Yet nobody's coming out and giving us a dissertation from the cabinet saying, okay, here's what to expect. Here's what's going to happen. It's just going to happen.
Why do you still pay taxes, by the way? What are you getting out of it? You pay taxes to fund the government to fund shit for you. Now, if we're talking about the law, you know, the Constitution, legally speaking, you should be overthrowing tyranny. I don't, literally, who cares? Like, they'll arrest you for it, sure, but I don't give a fuck. Do it. Because it is your legal right. In an international court, you would win that. Not an American court, unfortunately. Also, like, if you go to a church and you are hungry, you are starving, and you ask them for food, and they don't give you food, beat the living shit out of the pastor, and then cite the Bible as your defense. Because Jesus did that. Just whip the shit out of the pastor until he gives you food. Jesus did it. America's a Christian. You'll win that. Technically, it's legal based.
And you're going to be ready for it. We're not going to know what's going on. We're not going to know what the name of the stable coin is, or if it's going to be Bitcoin, XRP, or if it's going to be something they just make up. It's going to be a central bank coin, which is the worst thing possible, by the way. That's not...
We fought a war over taxation without representation. We're back to that now. Again, like, you have to overthrow the government.
Outlawed yet. I think we're purposely being sent into a world where the economy is struggling, and when the economy is struggling and people are begging for solutions, they'll present them, and those solutions will be accepted as gospel because that's our only option, and those gospel options are going to only support the billionaires to continue to make more billions. And the working class will make just enough to continue to be productive in a world where AI and automation's coming for it anyway. You don't got to do it too much longer, right? And the K-shaped economy is going to look more like a capital K. The bifurcated economy, the lizard tongue economy. It's going to split off, never to touch again. This is like Hunger Games level separation, guys.
Mind you, we literally announced the Patriot Games, so you know, there's that. Here's what explains the oil a bit more.
To know, Mr. Well, the oil market crash is officially upon us, and everyone wants to know, Mr. Global, what now? Unfortunately, most of the what now is up to OPEC, since we've basically handed control of our energy to Saudi Arabia. Yes. Most of this stuff you already know. Lots and lots of job losses are coming in the oil and gas industry. We're about to lose a lot of rigs. And for you old oil and gas guys that don't think $55 is a crash, I would remind you that $55 in 2025 is $43 in 2020. We are absolutely in a crash, and it's getting worse by the day. I think the biggest concern is, will we lose any refineries? And I'm talking about refineries outside of California. I don't think we will, but if we do, it's going to be really bad when oil prices come.
Like, we can only use the heavy oil refineries in the southern states for Venezuela's oil anyway.
Come back. And they will come back as soon as Saudi Arabia has caused all the destruction they want to cause to our industry.
They stopped drilling at 60, 80 a barrel. I know, OPEC is flooding the market to push us out of it. That's the point. We gave them control. They are making us bankrupt and getting rid of a competitor. They are flooding the oil market to reduce the prices so that we get fucked. To be fair, it also fucks Russia, which is very funny. But, you know.
They'll cut oil production and send oil to $150 a barrel. I mean, when will that happen? A year? I don't know. But it's going to happen. Probably, I would say almost definitely before the end of the Trump administration.
Isn't that why they stalled on stealing Venezuela's oil in the first place? No, they didn't stall. We're doing piracy because it's easier. Like, we already bombed, like, Venezuela, but, like, we're going after their ships carrying oil so we can commandeer the oil instead of trying to go and get it from the ground in Venezuela. That's the point of what we're doing. That's why we put out a memo saying for 2 months we have to focus on piracy. Meanwhile, this video on maths feels way too prescient. It's 35 minutes. Jesus. Okay, I'll have to watch that later. Takes time to move jets and artillery. I mean, true, but, you know. We did not stall. Yeah, we didn't. We're not stalling. It's all going according to plan. It's just the plan is long. We're not going to do the land invasion until probably, like, February or March. I've been thinking March since the beginning of this. Troop buildup is happening right now. Yeah, was it like 15 to 20,000 troops in the region at the moment? Look, guys, this is the last thing I'm going to say, and then we're going to raid somebody. And, I mean, you've seen this before, but I can't say this any more fucking clearly than this man can.
Single American. To every single American that keeps saying, by law, they were required. By law, by law, by law. They were supposed to do this by law. They broke the law. Law. The law doesn't fucking exist. The law doesn't fucking exist in America, everybody. Every single member of the government is a criminal. And we keep expecting the criminals to hold the other criminals accountable. When the fucking dictator in charge can ignore the courts, law doesn't exist. When every system of checks and balances we had fails because nobody's being held accountable, law doesn't exist. Stop screaming about what is legally required. Nobody fucking cares. The only way this stops is if the people listen to the Constitution and overthrow tyranny. Revolution!
He's fucking right! He's exactly correct. Guy sounds like me in June. Guy sounds like me every fucking day. We're gonna raid a conversation about does America love torturing people? Sounds fun. Alright. I will see you guys next time. Love you guys. Join the Discord. Donate. And I will see you tomorrow. Let's go. Bye-bye.